that's very cool.
Neff Togo.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Hey now.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool. Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Hey now.
How's everybody doing? It is Friday.
Oh, yeah, wow.
Thanks for the early hype train.
40 months, Neff.
Thank you for the 40 months. God damn, that's a long time. I still struggle to believe I've even been streaming for that long. Whew. Welcome to the Gina Chick Praise Hour. Dude, Gina Chick. My heart sang out for her.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
That was a win for all of us. What did you guys watch on Wednesday? Memento. I have this condition. I can't remember. I don't know why I did that joke. It was a lot of setup. New Barbie trailer? I think we watched it yesterday.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Hey, Will. Going to LA for WeHo Pride next week. Have any food recommendations?
In West Hollywood? Well, Gracias Madre is great. If you have any kind of dietary restrictions, it's a vegan taco place. It's right in West Hollywood. Great sit down, great ambiance. Pump, if you're there for a gay time, go to Pump or what's the other one? Sir. Pump and Sir are the two restaurants owned by Lisa Vanderpump. And they're very gay, and they're very in West Hollywood. Great for a little sit-down meal. If you want to go big, make a reservation at...
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
Oh, my gosh. At... Dude, I just woke up from a nap. It's not happening for me right now. My brain's not working. Bestia downtown is what I was looking for. And then if you want to do a brunch, Bottega Louie in West Hollywood's good. Also, I mean, the Abbey, you're going to be there anyway for Pride. It's not the worst place to grab a snack. Have you read anything by Brandon Sanderson? I'm going to tell you right now, I don't read. Brandon Sanderson? No, I don't read. These are books. No, I don't read. Manga is reading. I mean, it's pictures. I straight up don't read, though. I will be honest about that.
Oh,
Dyslexia
yeah, wow,
is not
that's
kind
very
to me.
Cool.
25 months of pure fucking greatness.
Thank you.
Have you seen John Wick 4 and was it good?
I saw John Wick 4. I think it was more of a love letter to old action films than it was anything else. Good is a very relative term when talking about John Wick films, if I'm going to be honest. I've never watched a John Wick film and been like, now that is essential cinema. But I have a great time watching them. So if you enjoy the other John Wick movies, you'll probably enjoy John Wick 4 a lot.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
To anyone who cares, Mouse Guard is dope as hell. That is all.
Mouse Guard? Oh, comic book series. Mouse Guard. I mean, the art looks cool.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
John Wick 4 was fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I love Donnie Yen.
I mean, I really enjoyed John Wick 4. I think it was one of the most critically reviewed of all 4 of the John Wick movies. There were huge advocates for it, and then there were people that like despised it. So, you know, like a lot of good projects. People have very strong feelings about it. The one I wanted to talk about tonight, by the way, Silo continues to just absolutely destroy. Silo is so fucking good. On the opposite end of the spectrum, I want to talk about a show that took an absolute nosedive. Here's a little trailer to remind you.
Imagine what you guys went through out there. The question is, what really happened out there?
Like any hot-blooded one.
We scavenged. We stalked.
So I'll get right into it. Yellow Jackets fell off. And when I say fell off, I don't know of a show that has fallen off as violently as Yellow Jackets after such a promising first season as Yellow Jackets maybe ever. Lost sustained itself for quite a while before it fell apart.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
32 months of premium late night content.
Like, it's crazy. Yellow Jackets had one incredible season, and then like this season was just a slow descent into I don't know, man. It was baffling. It was really baffling as to what the writers were thinking. Yellow Jackets, I tweeted about it. It's a show that is just like, I mean, listen to the soundtrack drops. The soundtrack is like,
They rescued us. Is what really happened?
Any hot-blooded one.
Alanis Morissette, every song from like the fucking 80s and 90s that you like is somewhere in that. Sorry, I clicked the wrong tab. It has amazing performances. The Promised Neverland. Yeah, there you go. That's another example of a show that fell off that hard in the second season. But like that's the most frustrating thing is that Yellow Jackets had everything it needed to succeed. And the second season of Yellow Jackets concludes in, I will say this. If you were in film school and you submitted the script
wow, that's very cool.
for the final episode of
First
Yellow
time back in a
Jackets,
while. Moved to California with my
Sure.
fiance and got an amazing job at a secret cafe that really has changed.
Oh,
my
that's
life for the
awesome.
better. Hope to be around more often again.
hey, James, thanks. But if you had turned in the script for the final episode of Yellow Jackets to a college screenwriting professor, they'd probably fail you. They'd probably make you rewrite it.
Oh yeah, wow,
It's-
that's very cool.
I will love you.
Hi, thanks so much. Appreciate you. It's just like oh man. I was watching it with my lady friend last night, and it's one of those shows that like I feel like the writing has been on the wall for the fallout that was inevitably going to come. But it just like basically it's set up, I don't want to spoil anything, but it's set up all of this like intrigue and drama in the second season that wasn't great, but it was an entire season of television. And it took maybe all of like, I wish I had pulled out a stopwatch, maybe 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes to resolve everything in an entire season in a way that I think basically to call it Deus Ex Machina would be an insult to Deus Ex Machina. It is, I was just stunned. I was absolutely baffled by how they chose to resolve these plot lines in the second season of Yellow Jackets. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, I don't know if I'll ever watch the show again. I was surprised because I think it's one of those things where there's such a large intersection of horror and camp now that I think, like, most people who are fans of camp, you could shovel them any, like, they're almost like stands, if that makes any sense. And you can shovel them any dog shit you want, and they'll be like, oh, fuck yes, slay, fucking slay. And on Twitter, I saw so many people, like, absolutely juiced at this season finale. And I was like, man, I love the gays, but they're kind of killing horror right now. Because there's no way that anybody actually enjoyed that. They're the best fans in the world, man. That's what I gotta say is, like, they're the best fucking fans in the world. Because they were just so, like, that feeling when this happens, this character gif. Yeah, I don't know. I was just really surprised by it. It kind of, to me, felt reminiscent of some of, like, the latter seasons of American Horror Story, where they had totally stopped caring about making a coherent product at all and just focused on making it super gay. Which is sick. I mean, I still enjoyed some of those seasons. Listen, Coven, I don't know. That shit hit. Coven is one of the best seasons of American Horror Story. It was just perfect, right? And maybe it's because I'm a big Fleetwood fan and I was like, fuck yeah. But I don't know, dude. I feel bad for Yellow Jackets. I really do. Because with the cast that they have and the setup that they had and everything that they had, I think it ultimately was just too hard to sustain the two timelines at once. I think if they had just committed to one of the timelines and, like, sussed out the plot and stuck with it, but I felt like it became this endless, like, chore to reveal information. That intro goes crazy. And then, yeah, people were bringing it up. Peacemaker intro, 10 out of 10, fire. We're not going to do this all stream. Don't submit. I just want to pull up some of my favorites. Yes.
Make a move extreme. Shortcut to your dream. Upload straight to the stars on a flying thing.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Kiss.
Make a tune
Kit, mwah.
in the world beyond. Got a beat, got a heat on the phone. It's straight over the park. Once the magic starts.
Isn't this James Gunn's girlfriend, BT Dub?
What's going on? Let's come down.
Hot wife? Damn, dude. I got to start writing comic book scripts, man.
Baby, I'm losing ground.
What am I watching? Oh, you've never seen Peacemaker? Oh my God, dude. If you've never seen Peacemaker, you gotta watch it. One of my favorite shows ever. Artie Bad Caroline. That is true. That is, hey, that's pretty true. That's pretty true. You're right. That's pretty true. That's true. That's pretty true. Did Ludwig just finish a run of this and now he's doing another one? What a degenerate. Do you really want to taste it? Vikings intro. Oh, with Fever Ray? That was the name of the group who did this song, right? Yeah. It still cracks me up that this was on the History Channel. At one point, the History Channel had a good hard sit down with themselves and they were like, you know what? No one gives a shit about history. We just gotta start making dope shit. So hard. Narcos? I do not remember the Narcos intro. Well, this is pleasant.
Soy el fuego que arde tu piel. Soy el agua que mata tu sed. El castillo, la torre, yo soy la espada que guarda el caudal. Tú el aire que respiro yo y la luz de la luna en el mar.
Drugs are so cool. Dexter? Oh, yeah, Dexter's. Just insane Foley work.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
And here's your hourly reminder that crime is bad.
I mean, this is an all-timer. I always feel to myself like Not feeling it? Oh, that's a mistake. It's such a visceral intro. It like gives you body tingles. I always wonder like what would have happened if they had just let Dexter die after like 4 seasons and didn't drag that show out far past the point of Sopranos intro. Oh, dude. Actually fucking goated intro. Actually, dude, watch this intro every goddamn time.
Woke up this morning, got yourself a gun. Your mama always said you'd be the chosen one. She said it.
One in the million. You got the shot.
Born under a bad sign with a blue moon in your eye.
It was crazy being from like New York, New Jersey, and like knowing where all these fucking landmarks are too.
I never told you about right and wrong. But you looking good, baby.
I believe that you're doing fine.
Shade my light. Born under a bad sign with a blue moon in your eyes. So sing it now. You got a blue moon.
Blue moon in your eyes.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Thanks for the content, King Nelson.
Woke up this morning, the world turned upside down. Load of other things.
I do not remember the Wire season 1 intro. The DEA's got us running around.
America, man.
You better watch your back. Well, I beg your pardon for the straight and narrow track. If you walk with Jesus, he'll save your soul. You gotta keep the devil down in the hole.
Great show. Fabulous show. All-timer show. I don't know if I would put that in my first ballot for intros. Succession, please. Yeah, this song is everywhere. I will say this, though. This intro is 90% carried by the song.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Honestly, I think White Lotus is highly underrated.
But this song is fucking really good, so it's hard to hate it too much. Oh, dude, someone actually put one of my first ballots in the chat. I'm going to do my own selective screening. I honestly think this is like first ballot all-timer intros just because of like when it came out, the song. I mean, this is...
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. I will try not to sing out of key. Yeah. Oh, baby, how you like? All I need is my buddy.
fucking Winnie Cooper, dude!
I'm gonna get high.
Dude, Winnie Cooper is the blueprint. That is Bay right there. Okay, I have to ask. Are there any actual Wonder Years heads here? Did anybody actually watch all of the Wonder Years? Because did you see how the Wonder Years ends? It is like the most sobering ending of all time. It is brutal. It is brutal. In the last episode, Kevin goes to pick up Winnie Cooper from the airport, and you think you're like, oh my God, like it's finally happening. They're reconnecting. And he's like, and then I saw her, the love of my life, Winnie Cooper. And then I met her lovely husband and met her lovely daughter. And it's like, oh, it is a brutal ending, but it's like, it's so poignant and well done. The Wonder Years was really fucking good. The Wonder Years kind of snapped for what it was. I just remember, okay, it's so funny. I watched The Wonder Years as a kid, and then when I moved to Chicago by myself, that's when Surf the Channel and Justin TV existed. And the first show that I watched, like beginning to end on Surf the Channel, was fucking The Wonder Years, because it was just there. And I was like, oh, this is great. I can watch this on my own, blah, blah, blah. And I watched The Wonder Years and I got to the end and I was like, why are you doing this? All right, first ballot Hall of Fame intros, gotta be the X-Files. Has to be. If this isn't on your first ballot, the truth is fucking out there. House intro, Massive Attack. We already had it. All right, I'm going to put one out there.
Oh, yeah, wow.
And only
Cool.
only the old heads are going to know this one.
Showed a friend and they loved it too. Keep up the content.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the YouTube content's pretty good. Everybody thank No for that. Dude, this is one of my favorite old intros. Fucking Pete and Pete. Hey, Miley's red. You're looking at the leafy. I also cannot explain to you how uncannily I looked like Danny Tamborelli growing up. This dude is like a carbon copy of me. It's actually kind of weird. I always wanted the Petunia tattoo also. I think this intro has all the elements of being a good intro, and I want to define those elements, okay? I want to define those elements because there are a lot of elements that go into having a good intro. One, good song, okay? A good song is important. If you have a real earworm, it will put that is the first thing you need. But there is another thing that you need in your song. It needs to be a song that you can't find other places. You get extra points for songs like Vikings Fever Ray or this song where it's like, I've never heard this song. It's such a fucking slapper. How have I never heard this song before? That's double points. Then also, if you establish like kind of the look and feel of the show in a unique way, that's bonus points. And then you just want it to like tell a little story. That's the last thing. If you watch an intro for a show every time, this something's Oh, there she is. Petunia. As a kid, I thought this would be so cool if I could be like a 13-year-old with a giant forearm piece. Fucking banger. All right. Someone brought up another one that I will submit
Oh yeah, wow.
because I think it's also a first ballot. First ballot song.
Yes, no, maybe. I don't know. Can you repeat the question? You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. And you're not so big. You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. You're not the boss of me now. And you're not so big.
Life is unfair. All right, I got to do it. No one is going to submit this, and I know no one will submit this, and it's such a joke that no one will submit this because the show has gone to hell. The show has gone to hell, and I accept that it's gone to hell. But when you talk about iconic first ballot intros,
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Biometrics Batman animated series into is number 1.
what? Wait, I didn't follow what you said. 2 is number 1 by my metrics. South Park 2, true. Did anybody pick up what that donation said? X-Men animated series. Oh yeah, bro. That'll be on there. Yeah, the Danny Elfman advantage here. Okay, little factoid I did not know that I learned recently.
Oh yeah, wow. That's
These people are from a panel that Grounding did as like a sample panel, and these are the first 5 Simpsons characters ever drawn. And this is like the original Bart Simpson right here. And they took these guys out after like 10 episodes. All right, because there was a giant donation, we'll look at the X-Men intro. Because that does...
on X-Men.
Oh yeah, wow.
Obscure Leftist, thank you. Thank you for the 32 months. Rogue.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
You ever watch that show Justified that has a really great intro that goes pretty hard, and if you haven't watched that show you should.
Justified.
Very cool.
I might have tried it once. We'll watch the intro. We need this. We need this. God, man. Why can't we all just be X-Men? Justified intro. You put this on your first ballot intros, huh?
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
BTW was my dono. What I said was Biometrics Batman animated series is number 1.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've actually heard this show is very good. I've never watched it. I don't know about that being a first ballot Hall of Fame intro, though. I actually need some more shows. Well, I'm supposed to watch Andor. God damn it. I mean, dude, this is so crispy. This is so fucking crispy. Again, the Danny Elfman difference, bro. Danny Elfman can write a fucking intro jingle. Ba, 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 ba. Dude. Batman the Animated Series.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
Do you know Veronica Mars intro? Might be
No.
by the Dandy Warhols for me, but I like it.
I do not know the Veronica Mars intro. That is something I do not know. Veronica Mars? The one intro that everybody's been screaming for. Everybody. Oh my God, Will, play that intro. All right, I'll play it for you. You're welcome, chat.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Telling my age here, but old Wonder Years intro.
Wonder Years? We already watched it. Ba, 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 ba. Honestly,
wow, that's for a cool.
What's up, Marsh?
Hey.
Bro, are your brains as fried as mine are? I will say the Batman the Animated Series into Batman Beyond the Animated Series maybe is the best Batman continuum. Like, that is the best Batman. That's like that continuum right there. Someone donated and said Veronica Mars. Veronica Mars intro. I have never even heard of Veronica Mars. Oh, it's Kristen Bell?
Stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Taboo intro TV show with Tom Hardy. Great show.
Oh, Taboo? All right, we're going to watch one more intro that someone requested, and then we're going to go live to crime. I don't even remember the True Detective Season 1 intro.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit.
Oh, yeah, I
You
remember.
should watch Industry if you haven't yet, but The White Lotus Season 2
Oh, yeah, White Lotus is really good, too. God, dude, True Detective Season 1 was actually so fucking good. I gotta feed my Digimon. Hold on, my Digimon's hungry.
that's very cool.
Please play Full House intro with Nick Offerman deepfake.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Deep fake what?
Went hard.
Yes. Dude, this intro actually goes nuts. We need the season 2 though. A lot of you in chat are mentioning intros we've already watched. Does Hassan play this in his intro? That's pretty funny. All right, where's the crime link, damn it? I gotta have my crime.
Romero Canyon.
What the? Did they just get out of a car? Why is there always E-Rob in the corner?
What's that? You want a cross street? Beringer Road.
What's happening here? Did they bail on the car? Oh, hang on. There we go. Crime is in fact still bad.
Well, they caught their breath here, and they're going to try to jog a little bit to get some distance from the law enforcement officers that are in trail.
They left the car. We got a foot race, folks. Who's doing this?
As we watch the...
Why is E-Rob?
That road, come out to a wide shot and see if... Nope.
What the fuck, dude? Why?
A sheriff's unit, 2 sheriff's units, it looks like, that are finally making their way...
Why is E-Rob catching strays?
To these...
Thunder Blunt, thank you.
The concern is if they try to go up one of these driveways into the homes, if you live in the Hasley Canyon area...
The Hasley Canyon?
Romero Canyon Road at Beringer Road, you're going to want to lock your doors, windows, stay inside, only answer to law enforcement.
Bro, if cops are after me and there's a helicopter on me, I'm running way faster than that. I'm also splitting up.
We got 2 here, and I think 2 behind the tree there. Maybe they climbed the tree. Oh, here they come. The remaining 2. I'll come out to a wide shot and see the distance if it's closing in. Still a distance, though. Still a ways.
Straight up walking.
So look at the first 2, the trailing 2 here.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Oh, shit!
Here's law enforcement.
Why are they stopped?
They don't have communication with the airship right now. So
run!
Trying to get communications to those units that are on this road to get ahead. They're not sure where they went. They're so far ahead of them that they think maybe they jumped into someone's neighbor or into someone's property, I should say. Oh, they must see them. They must see the officers coming or deputies.
Oh, it's a foot race.
On the road for the most part.
Push it to the limit. Limit! Don't look down, you won't fall down.
In Hasley Canyon on Romero, canyon, you're going to want to lock your doors and windows so they don't get inside your house. One's got his hands up. The trailing one has just stopped. And there's the first unit. Now it looks like they're going to surrender. They know they have nowhere to go. And that's going to be, it looks like they're going to lay down on the road. The one that's in the dirt on the side of the road is down as well. So all 4 on the ground complying with the deputy's orders.
Give me that $20. What the hell?
A dangerous high-speed chase from Bakersfield all the way here to Hasley Canyon ends with the
You got me.
Suspects driving down at a closed road to a dirt road. Their car stopping on the dirt road.
What the hell?
The 4 of them bailing out, running for quite a distance here until law enforcement was able to get around their car. And now, imagine they're waiting for backup right now to get these 4 in custody.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
that's very cool.
In a long history of Crime Watch, that was probably the lamest crime. That is probably the lamest crime I've ever encountered.
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
The opening was what made me want to watch the show at all.
Oh, my God. The OC opening. Jesus Christ. No!
California, here we come.
Right back where we started from. Dude, I remember this came out when I was in high school, like 6th grade. And I really wanted to move to California and date all these women. Like every girl in the show. I was like, is that what California is like?
California.
Oh, Misha Barton. Bro, when they killed Misha, when they killed this bitch, the show died. Here we come! Spoilers. Guys, I have a rule. If you've had a decade to watch something and you say spoilers, that's on you. Okay? Don't act like you have a list of things to watch out there somewhere and like item 15 is season 1 of the OC. Shut up!
Oh, yeah, wow. That's very cool.
How Soon Is Now for Charmed is a good song for a mid-show.
Charmed? Wait, is this what song I think it is? Is this a cover of the Smiths?
I am the sun and the air. Other shyness that is criminally bold.
All right, I'm going to say it. I never watched this show. This intro kind of slaps. This is the first one that I've been like, I haven't seen the show. And I'm like, I get it. I get it. Oh my God, Rose McGowan. This is the original big titty goth girlfriend that might stab you. Very specific fetish right there. Very specific
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
The might stab you part is very important.
Prince hasn't been discussed yet.
Dude, actually true. But you guys know what I'm talking about. The might stab you part, really important to that very specific line of thinking.
You shut your mouth. How can you say I go about things the wrong way? I am human and I need
To be loved just like anyone else does. I'm kind of fucking jamming right now. Dude, you know what? I need to pay an animator to make me a stream intro. I need like a new stream intro. first things first, I need here, dude. Okay, here's the plan.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
The intro to Chuck is one of my all-time faves.
Here's the plan. I need to contract a music maker to make me a song for the intro. First of all, I need Tim Fallon. I need Tim! I gotta have it! Dude, Tim, that son of a bitch. Dude, making a song this heavy is like the equivalent of that one kid in your elementary school who could make the fattest beat ever with just a pencil in his fist. And you're like, how are you doing that, dude? What the fuck? Like, there are not the tools required to make something this good on a Nintendo. I swear I'm watching a Will Neff rerun. Listen, dude, there are certain things that I get trapped into, and talking about Tim Fallon absolutely shredding a Nintendo, that's a hole for me. Okay, that is my stun lock. I talk about it once a week. It is a cornerstone of the stream. Solstice is a cornerstone of the stream. Now, one thing I haven't acted on, though, is I'm going to reach out to Tim.
That's very cool.
Let's see if Tim Fallon actually has a Twitter. Does he have a Twitter? He does. He hasn't posted in years. Do we have it? Hi, Will. Hi, Funky Rose. I've linked it before.
No, right? How the fuck does that help me?
I'm just kidding. I'm just busting your balls. Oh, there it is. Yes! And he does it again. All right, here's Tim Fallon. Now, I'm following him. He hasn't posted since 2015. I wonder if he even checks this anymore. Former games composer. Okay. All right, we're going to have to write the mother of all tweets in hopes of luring him out. Okay, let's do this. Should we use ChatGPT? Okay, we're going to use ChatGPT. This is important. Okay.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I
Yes.
don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
I guarantee you 100% Tommy Tallarico would make you an intro.
Tommy Tallarico? Not Tommy Tallarico. Why is someone's reaction not Tommy Tallarico? This person? He's kind of a fraud trash man. Oh. Well, okay. Write a request to a former games composer to come out of retirement to create a new piece of music in 140 characters. Okay. Yes, yes. Your music is genius your musical genius is sorely missed. We humbly request you return from retirement to grace us with a new masterpiece. Yes! Now ChatGPT is cooking. Okay. So. Okay. So we do this. We do paste dear at Tim.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Jimmy Bean.
Who the hell is he? How the fuck do you spell his name, goddammit? I can't spell.
Oh, yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Hey Will, I have located Tim Fallon's personal email. Is there a way I can get this to you without sharing to chat?
What? Yes, please send it to one of my mods. We will do that instead. That is a much better idea. Okay, that's great. We have the musical part, or maybe we don't. What a development. At Will Neff, I emailed him and haven't gotten a response yet. What did you email him for? Wait, weeks ago? For me? Did you email him for me? Wow. What a guy. Bam, 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 bam. All right. We're an hour in. We are an hour in. Holy schmoly rock and rolly. What are we doing tonight, guys? It's Friday. I should probably be out doing human things, but I'm here. Okay? I'm here. I'm performing. I'm entertaining. Have you heard how hard this Wolverine SNES song is? Wait, what?
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
One last one Black Sails intro.
Maybe. Wait, this is actually yo, you could play this at EDC and get away with it.
From anyone.
Yes.
Fucking text to speech.
Yep.
Look up Tommy Tallarico, game composer who was on old G4 on Electronic Playground and did video game concerts everywhere on the world.
Tommy Tallarico. Can someone link me it? Yo, that actually goes insane. Tommy Tallarico. Video games live. Tommy Tallarico. Tommy Tallarico website redirects to 2-hour video taking him down. What? Oh, he claimed the oof sound. That's why everybody's mad at him. Interesting.
If you've consumed any media in the last 70 years,
This is a 2-hour long video.
There's a good chance you've heard this voice. This sound, man being eaten by alligator, was recorded for distant drums in 1951 for a scene where a guy randomly drowns all by himself. This recording then became part of the library of sound effects people at Super Warneo Brothers used. Another scream from that recording then appeared in 1953's The Charge at Feather River, where a certain Private Wilhelm gets shot by an arrow. They also use it like 2 more times in the same movie. Sound designer
what a scream.
Ben Burt noticed this reuse and started reusing it himself in student films because he thought it was funny. As a silly little joke, he hid it in the background of a B-movie he was hired to work on. Oops, looks like culture's been changed forever. Burt had accidentally started a career-long running joke.
Well, damn it, now I'm into the video.
In his big cameo in Jedi, he does an impression of the scream when he gets killed by an OSHA-violating guardrail. Then other people started using it too, and now it's everywhere.
Just hearing the scream over and over again is very funny to me.
Getting in on someone else's
Okay, wait, before we get into this, Black Sails intro. I don't want to get rid of that. Black Sails intro, and then we'll move on. Someone requested that. I hope this is on a first ballot Hall of Fame. Okay, you got my attention. Why is the intro 3 minutes long? That's too long. Writer strike. All right, this is very good. Back to this screaming.
Joke kind of risks ruining it, but I wouldn't know anything about that. And there's a bunch of other iconic screams like this.
Yeah, dude, that scream is like everywhere. That was like the 90s scream. That was like the Mountain Dew scream.
It's like this. Jesus Christ! Like with Wilhelm, the source of these sounds are usually well documented. That scream comes from a popular sound effects library. And while we're ruining things, those sheep/goats screaming like a human videos you love so much? Yeah, they're all fake. That's just a sound that comes free with Apple software.
No!
You're welcome. But for over a decade, one sound's original source was
ruined.
This one. This is all over internet video nowadays, but where's it from? Most people under a certain age are yelling Roblox at the screen right now. Roblox is a free online game platform people can make additional content and games for, and they can even monetize what they make for a pittance. According to YouTube journalists People Make Games, Roblox developers receive less than 25% of the money from sales of content they make. This has led to the Roblox Corporation attaining a net worth of roughly $7 quadrillion, and one of, if not the most iconic things about this game is its death sound effect, also known as the Roblox oof. Videos of just this sound get millions upon millions of views. It has its own separate existence as a meme across thousands of videos, and one video claiming to be its origin has 117 million views, shockingly close to the lifetime views of my entire channel. This sound effect is a phenomenon, but it's not from Roblox, and this child is a liar. Now, I haven't played Roblox. I play mature games for grown-ups, like Fortnite. When I was the age Roblox would have definitely controlled my life, it was instead being controlled by stop-motion animation, and then later by Gary's Mod, a game which did not monetize its content in increasingly horrifying ways, transforming its community into a digital sweatshop, but I'm sure the new way is fine too. So no, I haven't played Roblox, but I have played Messiah.
I've never heard of this game.
Messiah was released in the year 2000 and developed by Shiny Entertainment. They made Path of Neo, so they're insane and I love them. You play as a cute little cherub named Bob, who gets blasted down to Earth to help out. This is the best opening cutscene ever. Bob has no combat abilities whatsoever. Instead, though, he can possess other people.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
You know,
Had
in
to
real
catch
life,
the
a
VOD
huge
of the
portion
Alone
of the
finale.
angels who come to
Glad the
Earth
right
end up in the
person won
bodies
Neff
of police
Jack
officers. It's true. Google 40% cops.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Any living thing,
Go Gina.
including rats when the developers feel like making you save scum. The player is constantly switching bodies, using their different abilities, credentials, and weapons. The pacing is breakneck, because doing so doesn't slow you down. I played Messiah in the mid-2000s when I found it in a Christian charity shop.
This game looks awesome.
I assume they didn't see the words sex, religion, possession, death on the cover, and then I threw it away. I bought this copy on eBay to use as a prop. I have to get this out for the rest of the video now. Then a decade passes, and in a random YouTube video, I hear a familiar sound. People tell me it's from Roblox, but I swear I've heard it somewhere else. Obviously, I immediately forgot about it and moved on with my life until 2019 when someone else figured it out. User Plasma Node on Reddit was watching the ending cinematic on YouTube for some reason and noticed a very familiar sound. He posted his discovery from the ending. Someone stole and reposted his clip on Twitter. A large Roblox YouTuber made a video about that tweet, and then journalists started picking up on it. Although the articles do credit the wrong person with the discovery because their one source is a video that got it wrong. Why did the sound get so popular anyway? Well, if TV has taught me anything, children being injured is just universally funny. Let's not think about what that says about us. Here's an interesting fact, which I hope justifies me playing the entire game in preparation for this video. Everyone involved seems to think the sound effect is specifically in the ending, but it's actually all over the game. You can fly around and flap your little wings to float, and whenever you slam into a wall, Bob makes a noise, and that's one of the noises. It's also in the opening cutscene too. It's kind of funny it was discovered in the ending, the last possible place you would hear it if you played the game. Interestingly enough, there was proof in Roblox the sound was from Messiah all along, and no one thought to check. You see, sound files have this thing in them called metadata. It's extra information that comes with a file, you know, album art,
This is pretty fascinating already.
Of the artists and people who worked on it and so on. You know those pirated Weird Al Yankovic albums your friend gave you when you were 14? That's why the album art was in there. It was in the metadata. I think that anecdote might be a bit too specific. The OOF found in Roblox's game files, .wav, has metadata in it saying it was made in 1999 while Messiah was being made, with the engineer listed as Joey Kouros. Joey Kouros is an extremely prolific video game sound designer. He's worked on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, Spider-Man, Gears of War, and even Fortnite. That clip I showed earlier, that wasn't just me showing off my sick skills, that was a clever setup for this bit. No, it wasn't actually. I wrote a Fortnite joke and then it turned out he'd worked on Fortnite, but still. And here's Joey on page XXXVI of Messiah's manual as one of the sound effects guys. See, look, see? I don't have a camera person this time, so I'll have to cut to a close-up that I shot later. Rachel stopped responding when she found out what the video was about. So there we go. We know where the sound effect was from. We even have—
Sorry, I'm feeding my Digimon.
Made it. Mystery solved. We can all go home to our families. Just kidding, there's more. That's only the beginning of the story, you worm. Can't say that. We haven't even talked about who owns the sound effect yet. It doesn't belong to Joey, it belongs to the company he was working for when it was made, Tommy Tallarico Studios, along with its owner.
Oh.
I don't need to say his name. He named his studio after himself.
Are you ready? Yeah.
Tommy Tallarico is a veritable video game industry icon, according to the first line of his biography on his website. I wouldn't personally go that far, but he was a fairly well-known musician and composer for video games in the 90s and 2000s. His most notable soundtracks include Earthworm Jim, MDK, and Advent Rising.
Oh man, he made the soundtrack to Earthworm Jim. That soundtrack goes crazy.
The company was involved with the sound effects on lots of other games from this period too. That's why if you're my age or older, this is burned into your brain.
Tommy Tallarico Studios.
He was also on TV on the shows Electric Playground and Judgment Day, some of the earliest shows about video games, reviewing new releases and interviewing developers. If you were around for a certain era of game history, you remember Tommy from TV or played something his company worked on. He also co-founded Video Games Live, which produced symphony performances of popular video game soundtracks. VGL is universally recognized among gamers as a thing they think they remember hearing about that seems nice. Through royalties from his company's work over the years, Tommy's doing pretty well for himself, and he's spent his money on living in a very interesting house. It has themed rooms, a Spider-Man room full of all the original
I'm kind of envious of the Spider-Man room.
Comics.
Probably have about $50,000 in your hands right there.
Giant statues of Lara Croft in the Fifth
I'm kind of envious of his statue of Lara Croft.
Lady, an ancient Egypt-themed dining room. The list goes on.
That one doesn't hit as hard for me.
The first thing I built in my house when I bought this was a 7-foot waterfall, but it kind of sucks because at night sometimes I have to go to the bathroom.
And Tommy is proud of his insane mansion, that's why I've got so much footage of it. He's given numerous tours of the place over the years, and it was even on MTV's Cribs. He's so proud of that, he re-uploaded it to his own YouTube channel years later. He's very happy about the fact he was specifically on MTV's Cribs. He says it a lot in interviews, and that's what he calls the video he uploaded onto his own channel, and there's no way he would tell an obvious lie like that. Would he? Foreshadowing is a literary device in which he also uploaded an old UK show where the presenter clearly hates his house.
This is absolutely hideous. You've got to sort yourself out, Tommy. You've got too much...
Bro, the British have a certain way of saying things. Like, it's almost like a loving, like, oh, Tony, this is hideous. I fucking love you, mate. You're a legend. This is horrible. I want to die.
This is silly. It's not right, Tommy.
It's not right.
Children starving.
And if you're the sort of person who's impressed by Guinness World Records, Tommy has a huge stack of them leaning up against a cabinet in the corner of his awards/Indiana Jones nook. The big one is person who has worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
I actually have the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime.
He's such a big deal, he was handpicked by Shigeru Miyamoto to work on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto.
Oh yeah,
I worked
wow,
with
that's
him
very
for,
cool.
Can you
many
listen
years.
to the
And he
What
was
We
also
Do in
the
the
first
Shadows
American
intro
to work on
TV
the Sonic
show?
the Hedgehog
Pretty
franchise.
please?
You're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
That's very cool.
I'll sing it for you.
Mom.
I was the first
Hey, you made it, Mom.
American ever hired to work on the Sonic franchise.
All right, we do have to take Lara Croft for sale. Oh my gosh. Laura. Interesting. Might have to make a play at that. We do have to take a break, though, for two reasons. I just have to hear this real quick.
You're the best. Boy, you've really whipped this game. I mean, you can put it back on the shelf. You've mastered it. I mean, on difficult. That's incredible.
Oh yeah, wow,
I
that's
couldn't
very
even
cool.
do that.
The things you do with your
I'm
body
telling
do
you,
not make sense in
you know,
physics.
you can just put the
Check
joystick
out the
down
Firefly
now
intro if you
and
have a
rest
chance.
assured that you are the best.
Dude, the Earthworm Jim soundtrack actually goes fucking psycho. All right, and then I love how we're like an hour removed from intros, and people are still like, hey, I need you to play this intro.
They have no use for your song.
You're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
You're dead
And out of this world.
Now your hope and compassion is gone. You've sold out your dream to the world. Stay dead,
Stay dead, stay dead, and out of this world. All right, there you go. Now, back to what we were watching. I might actually have to buy this Lara Croft, though. That would be kind of hype.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Do you really believe that? Tommy's been kind of resting on his laurels doing video games live for a while now. He hasn't done much new music for games since the late 2000s. One of the last things he did was donate music to Super Tofu Boy, a game made by Peter. It's a really bad Super Meat Boy clone interspersed with quite good music and interesting meat facts. Listen, Peter, I've eaten a lot of tofu, but meat doesn't scream either. If it did, people would probably stop eating it. Tommy is a vocal Peter supporter, doing an interview for them in the Egyptian wing of his house about cruelty to animals, and put out a statement on Facebook responding to criticism of his involvement with Tofu Boy. It's the only press release I've ever read that has emoticons in it. We can't really talk about Tommy without talking about what he was doing while the oof was being discovered. Tommy is most well known nowadays for what has become known as the Amico disaster. In 2018, Tommy acquired the rights to Intellivision, a game company from the 70s and 80s, and announced he was making a brand new console, the Intellivision Amico.
What?
Amico aimed to be a truly family-friendly games console, with low age ratings on its games, and the bonus selling point of, not having online play. Apparently to get people playing in the same room together? Together again. Oh, some people would tell you online play is one of the best features of modern gaming and a nice option for people who can't easily get physically next to each other.
I have never heard of this.
And to that, Tommy's reply was no.
When I was growing up in the 70s, 80s, and even when I was working in the game industries in the 90s, you know, we didn't have the internet, right?
With this pitch in hand, how did the Amico do? It didn't. It was delayed, supposedly due to the global pandemic, but then it was delayed many more times, and it still isn't out 2 years after the intended launch. It seems less like unfortunate supply chain issues.
Okay, I will say this, the Amico does look like the old VMU for the Dreamcast, and that intrigues me.
And more like management underestimated how hard it is to make a new game console from scratch.
I honestly think visual memory cards should, and like they would, dude, if you made them again, where like you could just go to your friend's Xbox and drop that shit in and all your preferences just fucking immediately spawn onto his system with your fucking, you know, internet login, all that shit, bam, just wow, hype.
CEO Tommy made the decision to open 2 company offices in Irvine, California and Salt Lake City, Utah, 2 really expensive places to open offices in the middle of the pandemic. In his video tours, the large, expensive spaces are mostly empty and unused, with the money guy in the back looking like he's working overtime trying to keep this operation afloat without a finished product.
Probably could do that with an app. I just think that having something tactile that you snap in kind of goes crazy.
Tommy wants money. This is in this box.
You're describing portable hard drives? No, I'm describing a VMU, but you've never used one, so it's okay.
As the money started to run out, they turned to crowdfunding investment website Fig. Tommy produced a video in his Spider-Man room, with other company leadership in his Egypt room and Tomb Raider-themed movie theater room, claiming the console just needs a bit more money to get going and release is just around the corner.
The rocket ship has been built, we are on the launch pad, and we just need the fuel.
Power Stone had mini games on Dreamcast memory card. Dude, they all did. Sonic Adventure, you had your Chow on your memory card. Bro, I might have played an equal amount of Sonic Adventure on my fucking VMU as I did on the Dreamcast.
Because it's going to be one hell of a ride.
They raised $7 million more and the Amico still didn't come out. So they tried again, turning to second crowd.
Indiegogo, new VMU for the Dreamcast? What is this? Oh my God, there she is. Look at that sexy bitch right there. It literally was a video game system that you saved games on. Absolutely fucking hype. Unreal. The best memory device ever made. Dreamcast, still the greatest controller ever made.
Funding investment website, Republic. They even used the same pitch video. Come on, guys, the rocket ship just needs a couple more $1 million.
Strap yourself in.
They raised over $11.5 million more so they could continue to not release a console. They tried a third time on a weird, shady investor website that pretends to be a live stream but is clearly pre-recorded.
The rocket ship is built, folks. We are on the launch pad. We just need a little more fuel.
And then they turned to yet another crowdfunding.
Wait, $18 million they crowdfunded? That's crazy.
Site for more and cancelled it partway through when it became
What did they do with the $18 million they crowdfunded?
clear there's no one left to invest. When internal documents leaked revealing the console's internal hardware was cheap, old, and rubbish, Tommy threatened people who reported on it with legal action, and when another journalist asked what the reporters had done wrong reporting publicly available information, he deleted all the tweets. The Amico's difficult non-launch, gleeful tossing of investor money into two large holes,
There's not too many people here in the office yet.
and its CEO's increasingly aggressive behavior towards people trying to report what was happening netted the company and Tommy some criticisms. Tommy did the responsible thing and started messaging people to call them names. He defended the Amico on internet forums, calling detractors morons, idiots, mentally unstable, narcissists, and cowards, comparing criticism of his business decisions to racism, eventually settling on calling his detractors gaming racists, the funniest term I've ever heard.
But these elitists, they're racists.
Gaming racists? Wait a minute. I've already met them. They play Call of Duty.
They're literally gaming racists.
He did this while following a bunch of actual racists, white supremacists, and far-right personalities on Twitter. This caused people to check for his other hot takes and discover his opinion on people who kneel for the national anthem.
No.
Racism is bad, but protesting it is for douchebags.
As somebody just said, I sound like a social justice warrior. You couldn't be farther from the truth, and I'm the most unpolitically correct person on the planet.
Don't call me an SJW. You have no idea how racist I am.
People are saying I got triggered. No, I'm just having fun and being passionate. The folks in there that are peeing their pants right now.
Things just got worse from there.
Oh no.
Where Tommy, the CEO of a family-friendly games console company in desperate need of investment, would only give interviews with an ever-dwindling group of die-hard fans who completely agreed with this behavior. The kind of normal person who wear a serial killer mask while they interview you.
My wife told me to cancel my Amico, and I still did not.
This is one of the...
Is that Dr. Doom with glasses?
The last people Tommy was willing to speak to.
And then if you want to hear me...
Mad Max, the Mandalorian, graves the way.
Pwn some noobs and punch back at some haters, follow me on Twitter, Tommy Tellerico. And, I don't mind punching back to some of these losers. So.
He has since stepped down as CEO, with his replacement announcing the company is entering a quiet period, which is a hell of a subtweet if I've ever seen one. The Amico still isn't out, and a lot of people want their money back. In the middle of all this, right before the first big delay, before things got super bad, back when Tommy had a reputation to burn, the oof disc.
Why the fuck's you stream so loud? Is my stream loud? I actually mix my stream pretty quiet compared to a lot of people. I mix my stream to negative 16 dB. I think a lot of people usually mix their stream to like negative 12.
Discovery was made. Due to his contract with Shiny Entertainment, Tommy Tallarico Studios owns all the sound effects he and his employees made for the...
I'd like to apologize. It was me. I don't know why that hit me so funny. That dude like literally went from yelling at me to giving a press conference in 2 seconds. He was, why is your dang stream so loud? And 2 seconds later he went, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to issue an apology. That was fucking amazing. Oh my god, that made me crack up.
Game. Shiny could use them in Messiah, but they belong to Tommy, and he can use them again or sell them if he wishes. And when Tommy found out a sound effect he owned was being used in Roblox, oh boy, did the butter begin to churn. Tommy stepped up to the plate and did a stream on YouTube called Talking About the Roblox Oof Sound and Controversy. It's hard going back to this stream because he spends a good chunk of it pitching a soon-to-be-released game console that still doesn't exist.
We're actually coming out with a brand new video game machine. It's called the Intellivision Amico. We actually don't allow online play.
It's weirdly anxiety-inducing watching a man.
We don't allow online play. Online play is not allowed!
And in January,
dancing is forbidden!
2020, right before a global pandemic, pitching a console whose central feature is trapping people in a room together.
Everybody can kind of come together and play.
Thank you.
In the same room together.
Okay, I gotta say,
his scam.
Our emote, Giga Gina, comes out, Guy Gadgina, which sounds like the name of a very like estrogen-based monster in the Godzilla universe. Guy Gadgina?
Adjacent business venture, Tommy was demanding Roblox give him $100 million.
Oh.
Okay, for legal reasons, I'd like to specify that was a joke. He didn't ask for that much. Probably. He didn't say how much he wanted. Almost like he was embarrassed.
Name your Digimon that? Guy Gadgina? Yeah.
Roblox to remove the sound. He wanted them to keep using it, but to pay him for it. And if they didn't, things were going to court.
They may think that, I'm trying to get the sound taken out of the game. I'm not. They may think that I'm currently suing Roblox. I'm not currently, but it's also not fair to me that I don't get compensated for this.
This situation is, legally speaking, very...
Macaulay Flower Culkin. What a name. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. And Moises Noodle, thank you so much.
Wow, that's very cool.
NGL Neff Gigagina sounds like the hidden fourth wall in Attack on Titan. Also 25 months very wow.
Wall Guy Gadgina.
Funny. Allow me to pretend I understand it for a few minutes. A key point here is, at least as far as I can tell, so probably wrong, Tommy isn't owed any compensation. According to Roblox, the oof came on a CD of sound effects the original creators purchased when they were making the game in the mid-2000s. If this is true, they used the sound with the reasonable belief they had the right to do so at the time. Whoever took the sound out of Messiah and sold it on a CD could be in trouble, but the two guys who started Roblox in 2006 didn't do anything wrong.
This is true. What he's saying is true. The caveat is they would have to remove the sound. That is the caveat, is that they would have to remove now one of the most iconic sounds in gaming history from their game.
Apart from create Roblox. Okay, I've spoken to a couple of lawyers after filming this bit, should have done beforehand really, and they clarified something I think I should add here about them not doing anything wrong. They did still technically do copyright infringement.
Yep.
If you use a sound effect you bought from someone and it turns out they stole it and lied to you, you're still guilty of copyright infringement.
Yep.
However, if this actually went to court, there is something called the innocent infringer defense. If an infringer can demonstrate they had no reason to believe they had committed copyright infringement, and it looks like Roblox might be able to do that, the court can reduce the statutory damages to as
Wait, did they change the sound effect?
low as $200 per infringement. There are other types of damages, like actual damages, the losses suffered by the owner.
Wow.
But that's something that could only be answered in a courtroom. As you're about to see, however, Roblox directly told Tommy they don't think they owe him anything. So it sounds like they think they have a good defense if things go to court. In these tweets, a few...
I'm not gonna lie. Roblox should have just paid him off. With how much money they were making, they probably could have bought this dude off for not much money. Seems like he was in a bad way.
few days before the stream, Tommy seems a bit annoyed that no one owes him
But wait,
money.
there's more?
His version of Roblox feel like they don't owe him anything. which is a strange way of describing a large corporation. I think what Tommy means is Roblox's lawyers know what the law is, but he still would like to have some money. All Roblox are required to do in this situation is remove the sound, and Tommy could—
There you go, that's what I said, remove the sound.
Send a cease and desist and trigger that happening whenever he wanted.
I could have sent a letter, very easy, cease and desist, stop using the sound, it's mine, you don't have permission to use it, take it out of your game.
But Tommy isn't doing that because he doesn't want it taken out.
Tommy wants money.
If he can get them to keep it in and pay him a license fee to use it, or just buy the sound off him outright, he could make a lot of money.
Yeah, I'd rather them just pay me and them own the sound forever so that it stays in the game.
Tommy cannot stress enough how much he doesn't want Roblox to remove the sound, because that's how he makes money from this.
I never asked Roblox to remove the sound. I don't want it to be removed. I haven't told them to take the sound out of the game. I want to keep the sound in the game.
And Roblox probably want to keep the immensely popular sound in their game. However, they are a business. Their ultimate goal is to keep as much of their money as possible. A majority of Roblox's income comes from underpaying the people who actually make the game's content. How much do you think they're willing to pay for 0.3 seconds of a child saying ow, especially when they could replace it for free?
Roblox could remove the sound tomorrow if they wanted to.
So when Tommy approached them asking for money, Roblox offered him less.
We approached Roblox, we said, hey, there's a situation and we're gonna ask for this much. Roblox said, we think you should get this much. so, this much is what we think.
Just to put it in plain English, the purpose of this stream is for Tommy to complain that Roblox will not offer him enough money to buy a sound effect they don't need.
I think they're nuts and disrespectful to me.
This is an all-time classic Tallarico moment right here.
I really want to know the figures of what he's asking for and what they offered, because saying that Roblox didn't need the sound is a little disingenuous, because it is like a big cultural thing. I'm sure he'll say eventually.
Complaining about respect while calling someone nuts and asking them for more money. It's just incredible.
I'm hoping that we can come together, I don't know, maybe somewhere in the middle, to make everyone happy.
One question really starts to stand out in this 90-minute stream. How much money
90 minutes?
Does he want?
90 minutes? Bro, I'm at 90 minutes right now. I stream for a living and I'm tired.
He's very careful to never say how much he thinks the sound effect is worth, how much he asked for, or how much they offered him.
And I can't...
Look, pre-watch Bill, those are the figures I want, because then I can wrap my fucking head around this.
I can't tell. People are going to say, well, how much did you ask for? Look, you have to understand that it is not professional.
It's the drugs, Will. No, it definitely was the drugs. I'm recovering, you guys. Okay, I took my first weekend off in forever and really raged.
To go around stating how much money I'm asking and how much they are offering.
Just to be clear, unless there's some kind of non-disclosure agreement, which he probably would have said if there was, there isn't anything actually stopping Tommy from saying how much he wants for the sound effect. The Amico saga has proven irrefutably that Tommy does not care in the slightest about appearing professional. That doesn't work. He's choosing not to say it, and getting increasingly defensive as viewers keep asking, and he runs out of explanations.
To be honest, none of your damn business. No. How much did you say for them to pay for the oof sound? Okay, well, I've already gone over that I can't talk about that.
Observer and the chat.
I can't talk. He asked for an insane amount. Has to be.
Questions he was dodging. It started to feel like Tommy just wanted a embarrassingly large amount of money for a single sound effect, and knew that it would make him look really greedy if he said it.
People are never going to know, what it is, and there doesn't...
Some tells me we are going to know.
Need to be.
How much do you guess? All right, so honestly, if I'm being real, fair compensation for a sound that is that ubiquitous, to own it in perpetuity and never be bothered with it again, I think you could respectably ask for $100,000. I think he's asking for at least he's in the millions, and there's no way on God's green planet they're going to cave to that. If he's above 10 million, he's like unhinged.
That knowledge.
He's in the fascinatingly awkward position of not being able to say how much he wants, even though that's what the stream is about.
It would be unprofessional to talk about that.
Why not 1 million though? For a 1 second long sound effect, I mean, basically, okay, I'll tell you right now. The value of this sound is not in the sound itself. The value in this sound is that Roblox can come away and look like a good guy, right? Basically, hey, we're sorry, we accidentally stole a sound effect you owned. You're this prominent figure in video games. We give you 6 figures, $100,000 to go away, right? That is the real value of the sound effect, is that A, everybody's happy, $100,000 isn't much money to us, and we get this endorsement from a prominent figure in games. Bada bing, bada boom, Bob's your uncle. Yeah, moving on.
That it's a lot more than what, they were offering, which was barely anything.
I'm a stud.
I think it's worth asking
I'm
how...
ballsy.
Yes.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Roblox is the largest game in the world. They are worth
Sure.
about 38 billion, almost 20x League of Legends. I wonder how much he asked for.
Yeah, but again, like, you're talking about something that is, I mean, oof. There, I just made it. You know what I mean? Like, that is how much work went into that sound effect. So, literally, you're just talking about, like, that sound effect being used and incorrectly being used and becoming successful. Like, that's where it has the value.
How much barely anything is to a millionaire with a dedicated Spider-Man room and an indoor waterfall in his mansion.
Cool. I'm gonna order some Thai food because I am hungry.
About it is that at night I always have to go to the bathroom.
Wait a minute, didn't he already make that joke? Later in the stream, he started taking questions, and someone asked him to give the ratio how different the counteroffer was.
Tommy, percentage-wise, how far is Roblox offer compared to what you ask for? At least 100 times.
Uh-oh.
Less. So that, if they offered me $1, I'm asking for $100. So, if they offered me $1,000, that means I'm asking for $100,000, right? So that's how far it is off.
I find it very curious that he will say how much he asked for, but only
Thank you for the prime.
In the form of a riddle. Even more curiously, he uses very small amounts of money as examples. He chooses not to say, for example, if they offered me 50 grand, that means I asked for $5 million. Or if they offered me 100 grand, okay, I can see why he didn't.
And I hope they come to their senses. And I know they're probably watching. I don't know, maybe they're not. It's Saturday morning.
So that was the situation in January 2020. Roblox were offering to buy the sound. Tommy wanted 100 times more money than they were offering. And if things didn't go his way, he was threatening to take things to court.
I have attorneys that I have.
See, again, that's like the value of the song is, or the sound effect is not going to court.
All back, he crazy, ha ha ha.
Wait, there's a person that recommended him to make sound effects for my stream. Just when I take it all back, he crazy.
This guy's light on the selling is kinda like how his life is going.
Oh, baby. By the way, we got Wub Cubs here. Wub Cubs, we're just going down a little bit of a hole right here. About the Roblox oof sound effect. It's Friday. My brain is fried from raving. I went to EDC this weekend, and I got to tell you, I'm a little fried. And so we're just, my little fucking Digimon is sleeping. Dude, I'm doing some hard Digimon training on this side, bro.
Teams of attorneys. I easily have about 20 different lawyers. It's just a difference of opinion on whether or not I help to bring millions of people to their game or
you didn't.
Not, and what that is worth.
That last thing is, I think, why Tommy thinks he can ask
War Greymon! Dude, what a cameo from War Greymon! War Greymon, great fucking Digimon. I was having a conversation with Connor Eats Pants today about why I think Digimon are better than Pokemon. And I think I made my point quite eloquently, but Connor did not agree with me at all. Connor thought I was a raving lunatic. But,
for whatever massive amount of money he won't say.
Wow,
in his mind,
Hugging Long, thank you.
Did a tier 1 sub to
single-handedly
Oops sound.
launched the
They have given
Roblox
39
franchise.
gift subs
But
in
the
the
idea
channel.
is that this is a sound that helped to create the franchise, right? Some may say...
Tell us your point. Well, okay, I won't do the whole thing, but I will summate quickly. Pokemon Red and Blue are the Hope Diamond of all the monster games, right? They are the best games, right? If you had to rank all of the Pokemon and Digimon games properties, Pokemon Red and Blue are atop the pyramid because of when they were made, the impact that they had on culture. They are number one. And if you disagree, you're the same people who are like, oh, the Beatles aren't important to rock and roll. Shut the fuck up. You're wrong. Silver and Gold, very similar games. However, they are an improvement. And I would say that technically better games than Red and Blue, but they're sequels. And Red and Blue had to walk so that those games could run, right? After those games, everything is derivative bullshit, pretty much. They're basically the same game over and 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 over again, save Pokemon Snap and Pokemon Stadium, which are all right. Pokemon Stadium basically was a promise that was made to Pokemon fans that, like, hey, battling in Pokemon games will one day look like this. Never happened. Also, the modern Pokemon games are fucking disasters. I know a lot of people want to stand up for like Sword and Shield, and the most recent one, I forget what the fuck it was because it gave me a brain aneurysm. It was so fucking horrible. But they are an embarrassment to video games. Really, like, and you should be offended that Game Freak sold them to us for $60. They're horrible. They're jokes. They're unfinished, unimaginative, terribly written games that I wouldn't give to a child at this point.
Oh yeah, wow.
Now,
That's very cool.
that being said, Digimon.
Oh yeah, wow.
Digimon.
Cool.
I will say this. The first Digimon World game on the PS1, if Pokemon Red and Blue are here and Gold and Silver are here, it is right beneath them. And honestly, it is such a unique game. It takes elements from Pokemon. It takes elements from Monster Rancher. And for my money, this is the best monster game ever. It obviously has limitations, but this game is like, I can pick this game up even now and still be like, God damn, there's some inventive shit going on. Other than that, Digimon grew in different ways. Almost every entry into the Digimon world, it might not be a good game, but they definitely tried something different. Which brings us to Digimon Survive. Digimon Survive is a good game. It's not for everybody, but at least they tried to make something compelling and different as opposed to Arceus, which is literally just diarrhea sprayed at the wall with Pokemon spray painted over.
Wow, that's very cool.
Feels
All right,
longer.
that's my case.
And Roblox is as popular as it is now, maybe because
Arceus is good. What part of it? The fact that it's a Digimon or the fact that it's a Pokemon game, bro, if you like Arceus, truly you will buy any Pokemon product that is shoveled onto a plate and slopped into your face. First of all, the game didn't work. Everything in the game is broken. Everything in the game is broken. If it didn't have Pokemon branding and you bought that game and it was a AAA game, like think about how much they made fun of fucking, look at what they did to Cyberpunk. $60 game. Cyberpunk. This game's unplayable. This game's broken. Why? Because things wouldn't render and cars would fly around. If Pokemon rose to the level of competency that the first release of Cyberpunk existed at, you guys would be like, this is the best Pokemon game of all time. Pokemon Arceus was fucking broken. And it's not a $30 game. It's not like an internet exclusive. It is a $60 AAA game that did not work. It was fucking shattered. I beat the game in 15 minutes because I threw a Pokeball over a cliff I wasn't supposed to, phased through reality, caught a Garchomp in 5 minutes, and then beat the Elite Four straight up. Point Crow showed me how to beat the game in like 15 minutes, bro. It was broken. Broken. And that's just the beginning. That's like, they said that all the Pokemon were going to be in it. Wrong. The new generation of Pokemon is dog shit except for that dolphin. That dolphin went hard. Everything else was like just derivative ass cheeks. The dialogue, oh my God. I don't know how you guys can overlook the fact that to play a Pokemon game, you have to pretend not to read the lore, because if you do, you'll be like, oh my God, this is absolute crap shoot bullshit. Wait, that's not Arceus? What's the new one? What's the brand new one? That's the one I'm talking about. Scarlet and Violet. Yes, those games are dog water. Arceus is the one that you just threw. It was just Pokemon Go, but made into a game, right? You just caught shit. That one was decent because it was Pokemon Go, which is arguably the best Pokemon game of the last 15 years. And I'll stand by that.
Of the fact that so many people shared this oof sound. So
anyway, back to the video. That's my point. I don't dislike Pokemon. I really like Pokemon. I'm just very sick of the way that they've been treating us.
Tommy, you don't need to launder your arguments like that. You are the one saying that right now.
The fact that we don't have a true open world Pokemon game on the Nintendo Switch like Breath of the Wild, even now, is a joke. Give us what we want. Give me a Breath of the Wild Pokemon where I can fucking ride Ho-Ho into the legendary, like the Elite Four, hop off, have my belt. That's the shit. That's Arceus? No, it's not Arceus. Come the fuck on, man. No, it's not. If you honestly think Arceus and Breath of the Wild are a 1-to-1 comp, you're smoking meth out of a tire gauge, bro. Literally, Breath of the Wild is here, and Arceus took elements of Breath of the Wild and like slapped paint on like a cardboard box. Come on, please, come on, don't do that.
Oh, this is something that helped to create the franchise itself. It's made the game Roblox go supersonic. It was part of the reason. How many?
Yeah, dude, the fact that there is a better open world Pokemon game in Minecraft than there is in Pokemon is baffling.
Of people found out about the game Roblox because of a meme that used because of the sound, right? We think we're asking for something extremely fair considering what it has done for the franchise.
These claims are hilarious, exaggerated, but most of all, wrong. Take the sound effects from Minecraft that are really popular and people use a lot in videos too. They have a huge presence online as well, but they didn't make Minecraft popular.
True.
They're popular because they're in a game millions of children have played. The Roblox oof took off in mid-2017 when Roblox was already a pretty...
Let me just say, closing statement, I fucking love Pokemon. I fucking love Digimon. I'm like a monster fanatic. I just think Digimon does certain things better. One, punishing training mistakes is so important. The fact that Pokemon are always linear in their evolution is wrong. Digimon having non-linear evolution based on training mistakes or training being good is brilliant. Also, I much prefer the single partner narrative. I think you'd form a partnership with your Digimon. He's your Digimon. That's it. I don't like the team of 6 as much, but that's a preference thing.
Stream thing. The cause and effect is completely backwards here. While it might not be entirely impossible.
Yeah, also someone brought up the difficulty. Difficulty of Pokemon's never been good compared to Digimon. Digimon's actually hard games.
Single sound effect to make
Thank you, Terry Berry.
popular.
Let's go.
I would like to remind everyone that this sound effect was already in a game, and that game was such a massive critical and commercial failure that no one noticed a sound effect had been stolen for 20 fucking years. Come on, bud. Roblox didn't become a multi-billion-dollar company because of a sound effect. They got there by being evil. Speaking of evil...
They got there by being evil.
I have been subscribed to you for an entire year.
Thank
Your
you.
absolute talent to entertain has not once ceased to impress me.
Thank you.
We worked with Tommy to turn all of this into a whole new way of monetizing their...
Check out the trailer for Temtem after this vid. I think you'd be interested in it.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Empire of Nightmares. Instead of paying Tommy for the sound, they're making the players pay for it. In November 2020, Roblox announced the oof sound was going to be removed, but they were updating their developer marketplace so players could purchase sounds to use in their games. And once this update was complete, the oof sound could be purchased and used through there. I assume Tommy would get a cut from this. Simultaneously, Tommy announced he had produced a sound effects pack for creators to use in their Roblox games, including the oof.
I have done a brand new sound design library just for Roblox.
Creators could buy a range of sound effects packs costing from $10 to $250 and use these in...
Dude, Roblox is wild. $250!
Games they make. Roblox and Tommy agreed to keep the sound in the game as is for a while, so the sound marketplace had time to get up and running and no one had to go oofless in the meantime. But this functionality still hasn't been added a year and a half later. Eventually, in July this year, Roblox, citing a licensing issue, removed the sound and replaced it with this one, which is rubbish. Removed the sound and replaced it with this one.
That sound sucks.
Which is rubbish, frankly, but it might be bad on purpose to incentivize paying to replace it once they get the marketplace up. So, clever move, I guess. You bags of scum. Tommy also got to make some official oof merch, so that was nice for him, I suppose.
Oof merch?
I've created an oof t-shirt.
He doesn't look like...
Oh.
like he got the massive...
Oh no.
Payday he wanted, especially since the audio marketplace hasn't manifested yet, but at least he got something out of it. So, there we go. Wasn't that an interesting story?
Wow.
That's the end of the video essay. Don't look...
The end. Normal people stop watching here.
Look at the runtime. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. If you came here to find the origins of a sound effect...
Oh no.
You can go.
Oh no.
On the way out if you'd like, but take care. Go play Roblox or something. And Tommy, I know you're watching. I've seen you arguing with people in the comments of videos with 100 views. You do well. Go do whatever it is you do in your fun house. I'm just chilling out.
Oh yeah, wow,
See
that's
ya.
very cool.
Picked up Digimon Tomodachi since you posted.
Yes!
Try it.
Hell yeah. We're bringing it back, baby. Digimon Tamagotchi.
Okay, I think they're gone.
This is about to get unhinged.
This video is being filmed in an undisclosed location to avoid being traced. Also, Mum went on holiday and she locked the garage so I can't get to my set. And no, I have no idea why the back wall of this room is also green. The last guy who lived here had terrible taste. Anyway, I think he's gone. Okay, we need to talk about Tommy. This is where the video is supposed to finish. So I was writing up the script and doing a bit more research, and then I re-watched Tommy's E3 2021 pitch for the Amico, and I realized something. He takes credit for creating the oof in a very particular way.
I'm even the guy who did the oof sound for Roblox.
He made the sound for Roblox? I thought I misheard him, or maybe he misspoke, but no, that's how he says it.
The thing that you might know me the most from is the guy who created the beloved oof sound for Roblox. That's right.
The sound wasn't made for Roblox, it was made for another game and reused by mistake. That's what this whole thing was about, Tommy. He said that one in the commercial for his sound design kits he's selling to put it back in the game. Why is he saying it like that? Well, obviously the idea he made it for Roblox, this massive important corporation, is slightly more prestigious than the truth, isn't it? So he's slightly altering the story to give himself a bit more credit. And that's fine, like whatever, who cares? But then I thought, you know, for a sound with another guy's name on it, he seems pretty happy to say he personally made it. For Roblox. From a perspective, it looks a bit like Tommy is taking credit for something someone who worked for him did decades later. And yeah, sure, my
Oh boy, I feel like this is gonna go deep.
script was almost done, but I couldn't let that possibility sit unexplored. So I tried to figure out who actually made—
Who is this film essayist? H Bomber guy. We've watched his stuff before. He's great. He's very good.
Sound. And what I discovered was interesting. And then a bunch more other shit happened and now the video is this long. I'm so sorry. Yes, Joey's name is on the file, but that doesn't necessarily mean he created it. If he did the final exporting of the sounds Tallarico Studios made for Messiah, his audio program would put his name on them regardless of who recorded, edited, or mastered them. Instead, let's look at how Tommy talks about who made it. Let's rewind the clock a little. Back in 2019, Tommy quote tweeted that one video that was a repost of the thing Plasmonode put on Reddit. He indicates that his company created and owns the sounds used for Messiah, and that the sound effects was created by my lead sound designer Joey Kouros. Notice that he specifically doesn't say that he made it. He says his company created and owns it, and then specifically credits Joey, implying little to no direct personal involvement. I believe this version of Tommy's story is true. However, soon after writing this, to put it bluntly,
Thanks, James.
Tommy realized how popular the sound was. He said in many places, including
Digimon is for men is the funniest thing I've ever heard.
in the live stream, that he didn't really know that much about Roblox until he found out one of his sounds was in it. So on a timeline, it looks like he wrote that tweet and then started looking at the sound's presence online. In his next tweet, he says he's surprised to discover the sound has tens of millions of views online, and then all of a sudden it's a sound we created. And then he adds this in parenthesis, like he's trying to sneak it into the story at the last minute, and I myself recorded. This is a bit of a change, isn't it? It's also just a weird way of talking about something you created. Like, if you found out something you had made, you, was in a huge game.
Our big shot, thank you.
I made that. You wouldn't go, as you can see, my company created and owns that. It was made by someone who worked for me decades ago. Oh wait, the sound's really popular. I mean, we made it, and I myself recorded it. And to his credit, I think Tommy noticed how this sounds too, because 30 minutes later, he tried again. He started a second thread where this time it's a sound he created, Joey edited, and he owns. Note that he specifically used the word created again. So he got his story straight in the end, at least.
Easter Train?
But that does mean this first tweet is a bit embarrassing, isn't it?
That's very cool.
Be certain. Oh, my dumbass.
Look more like
thank you so much, Be Certain.
The history after the fact here.
Travis 100, thank you.
Deleting the tweet, right? From my perspective, that would be a very stupid thing to do. But I must be missing something because he did delete it. It's gone. I am not accusing famous industry veteran Tommy Tallarico of lying about who made a sound here. I don't know for sure who did what on this sound. But Tommy should. And if he's telling the truth, why did the truth change when he was surprised by how popular the sound was? In a very short span of time, Tommy's version of history went from Joey created it, to we created it, to I created it, and then later an attempt to delete the fact he said Joey created it. I know how it sounds. It would be weird to assume someone just wants to brag about making this one sound effect this badly. But he does brag about it. He put it in his Twitter handle.
I'm not gonna lie, if I made the oof sound effect, I would brag about it.
It's part of his pitch for the Amico. It seems very important to Tommy that he doesn't just own the sound, that he personally created it. To most people younger than me, that sound effect could be the most well-known thing on his resume. which is a bit depressing, really. And when he tries to describe the process of creating the sound, things get even weirder. In the OOF livestream, Tommy's happy to say he made the sound, but then he tries to go into detail about how it was made.
Why does he have the Forsen camera angle, by the way? Ladies and gentlemen, if you are thinking about streaming, please do not sling your camera beneath your chin. Don't do that.
I thought
unless you're Forsen, he can do anything he wants.
I would do is talk about how the oof sound was created.
When he talks about the work that went into making the sound, he doesn't say he did anything. He says we.
Then what we did is we went through, all the different lines. We did a whole bunch of other stuff to it as well. So after we pitch shifted it down, and then
sometimes he accidentally says I and then corrects himself.
I wanted to let folks know how I created the sound, how we created the sound, myself and my sound designer, Joey Curris.
It just keeps going like this.
We start to tweak the sound, each individual sound. So again, in oof, we might have...
Or Poke, yeah, Poke's low angle is very funny.
And, a half hour trying to figure out exactly which way we should have pitched it down and what thing we would have taken and this and that.
There's no way they spent more than 5 seconds on that sound effect. That is crazy that he's saying that they spent an extended amount. Listen, oof, that's literally, I can do that on my Go XLR. Like, I know it's not exact, but the compressions and the tweaks he's talking about, when you're scoring an entire game, there's no way you spent fucking 45 minutes on a oof.
This is a strange way to describe something you did. Far from being a sound he created and Joey merely edited, whenever he has to describe any specifics, all of a sudden it was done by committee. Tommy isn't lying about who did what here, quite the opposite really. He's specifically avoiding lying by being as vague as possible about something it would...
I mean, it was the 1990s. No, dude, I'm telling you, listen, you can go watch the Foley video for God of War. They probably take less time on like major fight scenes than this dude is claiming that they take on the oof. When you're scoring an entire game, it is so much work and it is months of work. There's no way that they sat around there for multiple hours on one oof.
Would be easy to talk about if he actually made the sound himself.
So I took this little girl's, we took the clip, right? And then what we did is we edited it and I
heard Queen actually made the oof.
Length of the sound.
He struggles to come up with anything he actually did. Like his knowledge helped.
And we'll say, I want to say this right. I mean, it took a lot of my knowledge of audio to create this sound and make it sound unique. Now that people know about me.
This is very crazy and revisionist because, like, again, the sound he's talking about and its original usage is in a game as like a throwaway sound that gets used when the cherub flies into a wall. It's not like one of the sounds that was meant to be like the highlight of the game, and the fact that it got recycled into Roblox and picked up is why is his light broken? I don't know. This is so weird.
Created the Roblox sound.
After seeing a guy specifically avoid saying I and say we dozens of times and then finish the story by saying, so that's how I made the sound, it just comes off really disingenuous. One quick indicator of what he could mean by we is, at one point he uses it to describe the act of exporting the sound out of the program.
Compressing it and making it all, EQing it and doing all these crazy things to it.
Crazy.
We ended up saying
crazy things.
It out. So
when he says
I fucked the sound, I had to sleep with it to get it to sound like that.
We here, he just means Joey. It only takes one person to hit save on a file, and that's the one thing we know for sure Joey did. Like with the money situation, it's hard not to read into why Tommy is talking strangely. It starts to sound like Joey did most of the work, but then that would mean someone...
You know what's really interesting too is like someone said, oh yeah, this was like 1990 that this happened. it's funny to listen to a sound guy try and take more credit for something and try and obfuscate the process of recording something so simple to a young audience, right? He's talking to a Roblox audience. You're literally talking to an audience of kids who design and build their own games with assets using Roblox. So you're not going to convince them that recording a oof is more complicated than it actually is. Leadbelly Luffy, thank you so much. Appreciate you so much for that 10. That's a lot of Jeez.
Someone else deserves the credit for creating the sound. So all of a sudden, this 0.3 second sound effect becomes a team effort. That's Tommy's version of how the sound was made. He says we, but sometimes when he says we, he just means Joey. So what's Joey's version? Joey's been pretty quiet about all this, and good for him. His career's still—
Wait a minute. You can't fool me.
Joey's—
That's not Joey. That's Johnny Sins. He's in character.
version. Joey's been pretty quiet about all this, and good for him. His career's still going strong, unlike some people's, and I'm sure he has better things to do than—
That would be the best next level to this, is that like during the intro for a porno, Johnny Sins was playing a sound designer and he fucking just made the oof, like some porn star kicked the panel and made the oof while she was fucking, and they just used it in the game.
Who made an ancient sound effect, unlike me, who apparently has plenty of time for that shit. However, Kouros does have a website where he maintains credits for every game he's worked on since
That'd be amazing. With, you know, he's like, when H-Bomber guy's like, yeah, now this is the new oof sound effect, and instead of like the wah, it's just, oh fuck, I'm gonna come. It's also off that original CD.
Wow, in '93.
Cool. Swanky Lane, thank you.
Today, next to Messiah, Joey puts design of all sound effects. After witnessing someone claim Joey did it, change their mind, delete the story, and then talk in very vague terms about who did what, seeing someone just say, I designed all the sound effects, is like a breath of fresh air. This is another reason why I find Tommy's first version of the story more believable. Not only is it untainted by his later discovery how popular the sound was, it's also what the other person who worked on the game said.
I need this to start getting crazier
like
soon.
Stealing credit from someone else who worked for him now. It was just a hunch before, but now, I don't know. And here's when the fun, easy video about the Roblox oof I was trying to make ended, and the horror of my new life began.
Yes!
While I was on Joey's page, I noticed something else. Design of all sound effects for Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. This was very confusing to read because Tommy spent the last several decades saying he worked on Pro Skater.
Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Tony Hawk Pro Skater, Tony Hawk Pro Skater. I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team. I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team.
I'm not saying Tommy didn't.
That game had great sound effects, BT dub.
Work on it. It's just some places seem to disagree with him. Places like the credits of Tony Hawk.
Alligator Ann, thank you.
And Papa John are the same person.
According to
in my
them,
mind.
someone else did the in-game sound effects. I'll give you 3 guesses. It was Joey. It was Joey. Although
Johnny Sins!
The company he was at is credited as well. It's like they're saying sound effects done by this guy from this company. But Tommy's acting like he personally did it again. I'm starting to feel a bit bad for Joey. Just to kind of add to the mystery, he talks about how small the development team was at the time, to kind of add to the exclusivity of it, I guess.
You know, being a part of the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team, you know, there's only about maybe 10 or 12 of us.
This means very few people exist who could possibly contradict him. How convenient. It does make it even weirder, though, for such a small team to leave his name out of the credits. I guess Tommy could say his name is in there, but only because his company is named Tommy Tallarico Studios. So, who is responsible for the sounds in Pro Skater? The guy credited for it, or his boss who says he did it now? In an older interview—
Swiffer Pads, thank you for the prime.
A bit more specific. He said he'd buy skateboards. Oh, sorry, I mean we'd buy skateboards.
We buy skateboards.
And then Tommy would help this mysterious other person record the sounds. He says one of the pain sound effects, ironically also a kind of oof, is his actual voice.
The actual sound in Tony Hawk that you hear when the guy falls off the skateboard and cracks his head open, that's me falling off, cracking my head.
So Tommy might have helped with some of the
Man, this guy's got all the oof sound effects.
sounds.
Oh, by the way, thank you for the
Joey
hype train.
recorded him falling off a skateboard. Strangely though, while he says he was on the pro skater team nowadays, at the time
Now that's what I call oof, volume 27. All the oofs you know and love.
things were very different.
Thank you,
As I
Pugcaster.
mentioned earlier, Tommy was on a TV show about games while Pro Skater was being made. A thing about journalism is, it's usually frowned upon to cover or review a product you helped create without disclosing you worked on it. And, to his credit, Tommy's very good at this. When he and co-host Victor cover games he was involved with, they make sure to say it. Take Advent Rising, a game he composed a ton of music for.
Advent Rising.
I'm not gonna comment on any of the music in the game because I am completely biased.
This is, and I mean this unironically, ethical gaming journalism. So you might have noticed, but Tommy kind of likes to brag about games he's worked on. One time they reviewed an Aladdin game and they brought up that Tommy worked on a different—
What the fuck Aladdin game is this? Now, Aladdin on Sega. That's a game.
Aladdin game's music 8 years before.
It was a great throwback to the 16-bit platformer days, and I know you worked on the original Aladdin game, so you must have felt like you were coming
Deja
home a little
vu.
bit. Yeah.
Tommy not only understands disclosure, he loves doing it. If Tommy worked on a game, or a game similar to the one being reviewed, you hear about it on this show. So, what does it mean when Tommy doesn't say he worked on a game? While Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was being made, it was featured on the show. Tommy interviewed one of the developers. Later, when it came out, Tommy and Victor reviewed it, and both gave it a 9.5 out of 10. If Tommy worked on this game's sound effects, he would have said so, wouldn't he? Well, he doesn't. At no point whatsoever in the coverage does Tommy disclose he worked on the game. Tommy behaves like a TV guy interviewing a game developer, which would be a bit weird if he was also on that development team, right? I can only think of a few reasons why Tommy wouldn't mention he worked on the game when he goes out of his way to do so normally. One is he randomly decided not to take credit for something, which seems out of character and pretty dishonest considering how hard he promoted the game, and he seems to know better than that. The alternative is, while he had helped Joey out a little, Tommy, at the time, didn't consider whatever input he gave big enough to justify telling people he was involved. Which is fascinating to me. There is potentially a past version of Tommy who, if he honestly thought about it, would choose not to say he worked on Pro Skater.
9.5.
However, then Pro Skater went on to be a really famous franchise, and it became very cool to say you worked on it.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team.
And over the years, Tommy's story has grown a bit from
I'm a
helping with
stud.
some of the sounds
I'm
to,
ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes?
I'm sorry I suggested this guy. Please make it stop, I'm dead already. Seriously, I had no clue this is what had happened. Last I knew was him announcing his console on Pointless podcast with Kevin Pereira back in the day.
My man said I'm dead already. Stop! Stop! He's already dead! Dude, I do not blame you at all. When I first saw his name and I saw Earthworm Jim, I was like, oh, fuck yeah. Remember this? This tangent started with me playing Earthworm Jim's sound effect. No one is blaming you, brother. No one. I do not think less of you at all. This is just good content. Please do not die. Stop! Stop!
Doing all of them.
I was on the original Tony Hawk Pro Skater team, so I did all
Oh
those,
my god. By the way, thank you for the hype train, guys. I think we're almost back to 5K. That's pretty sick.
Now he's saying he was the audio director? He's not even in the credit. Let's quickly look at who did what on games Tellurico Studios worked on. On the vast majority, Tommy is often credited for music, but he doesn't do sound effects much. Sound effects, or sound design as it was later called, is usually done by Joey. A game Tellurico Studios worked on almost always has music by Tommy, sound effects by Joey in the credits. Basically, when Tommy and Joey work on games together, it's pretty clear who did what. In fact,
No
in the early
apology
2000s,
needed. This
Tellurico
is Neff
Studios
Peak
put out a
Content.
sound effects library.
Neff? Peak content is one of our most underused emotes. It's just a kid burning his fucking eyeballs out with a desk lamp. It is maybe my favorite emote that we have. And it's so fucking good. It's just a kid boring his goddamn eyeballs out with a desk lamp.
And use in your own projects, with over 19,500 sound effects in it. Tommy's the executive producer, so I'm sure he was involved in some capacity, but 3 other recorders and editors are credited, along with the sound designer. I wonder who it could be. It's Joey. It's always Joey. Joey credits himself as the lead sound designer at Tellurico Studios for 13 years. The thing he did was sound effects. Even on Electric Playground, Tommy's show, Joey is credited for additional sound effects. So maybe Tommy didn't say he did the sound effects on Pro Skater because he knew Joey would see it. Given Tommy's tendency to take games his sound effects guy is credited for,
wow. Pulled up cup, thank you so much.
The sounds, what does that sort of thing mean for his later claims about Messiah and making the oof? Well, wouldn't it be funny if Tommy also reviewed Messiah on TV, and when he did, he again did not mention he worked on the game? Wouldn't that be very, very funny? Yeah, it is funny. That is what happened. Even funnier, on that same episode, they also reviewed the Dreamcast version of Pro Skater.
No, does he?
Yet another opportunity.
No!
Worked on it.
Oh, yeah,
which he
wow,
didn't.
that's very
There's
cool.
starting to be a precedent for Joey doing
Thank you, JP.
He was the one credited for it, Tommy reviewing it and not mentioning he worked on it, and then years later deciding he did. Coming back to how he talks on the stream, we could mean we both worked on this sound, but to be cynical, it can also mean Joey did it while working for me. Messiah is one of the 2 or so games I could find that Tellurico Studios made
Oh, yeah,
where they
wow,
are
that's
both
very cool.
credited for the sound effects at
Apricat9
once.
gifted a
So
tier
Thank you, Apricat.
he might have been more involved with the sound effects on this than normal. So our candidates are a guy who mostly did music and not sound effects, reviewed the game on television and chose not to say he worked on it, and when he later decided he did and he made this sound, carefully avoided taking credit for anything specific, or the guy credited for sound effects on almost every other game, who says he did it, who Tommy said did it before he changed his mind the first time, and whose name is on the file. In conclusion, who knows? Could have been either of them. Maybe it was both.
It's not Alex. Thank you so much.
Collaborative process. Okay, that was written as a joke about how heavily the deck is stacked here. But let's be serious, I haven't found any definitive proof here. I think it's interesting just how much Joey is credited for sound effects everywhere else, and I think it's weird that Tommy didn't really have any specifics to say about what he did on the sound, and I think if he did work on the game that closely, he should have said so when he reviewed the game on television, but none of that is specific proof of who recorded or mastered a specific sound effect. However, given all of this additional context and information, I can say, at least for myself, that I have some trouble believing Tommy when he says he made the sound. But when you decide something a well-known industry figure like him has said is suspect, you start to ask, well, what else has he said? This guy's been around for decades and he's said a lot of things. I started investigating some of his other claims. I did it mostly to prove to myself I was just being silly so I could believe him when he said that he made the sound. I wanted to be able to put this to bed and move on with my life. I just couldn't accept that the first American to ever work on Sonic would lie like that. Hey, wait a second! Yes, Tommy has repeatedly said he's the first American to ever work on Sonic.
In fact, I was the very first American to ever be hired by the Sonic team back in the day.
Are you serious?
Very first American to be hired. One of the first Americans to ever be hired by Sega of Japan for the Sonic team. I was the first American to ever be hired to work on the Sonic the Hedgehog series.
But if you don't take Tommy's word for it and do your own research, by which I mean basically Google Sonic for 2 seconds, you start to see red flags. Sonic was being developed in America as early as 1992 when Sonic 2 was being made in California. Americans are all over Sonic's game development since almost the beginning. Which game did Tommy work on anyway?
Billy Willis.
Sonic, some of the, or one of the Sonic games, Black Knight, that might have been in the 2000s.
So Tommy was about 20.
Will in chat, what are we doing with our lives? It's Friday night and we're watching a 2-hour video about the origin of an oof sound. Love you, Will, and chat.
Listen, that's what the internet is good for, though. Deep dives. We're nerds, man. You want to know why I'm here on a Friday? Because I'm uncool. And the only currency in this bankrupt world are the moments that you share with friends when you're being truly uncool. So you know I'm going to be here on a Friday night because I'm not cool, man. No, seriously, guys, I get such a kick out of making content for you guys. And I'm going to be real.
wow, that's
I'm
very
old.
cool.
My bones are a little bit, yeah, I'm on drugs. That was me last weekend. That's the truth. That's the truth. That's the truth. Last weekend, I was on drugs. I was a golden god. I was standing on top of a roof. I was screaming. I went too big and too hard. And my old body looked at me in the mirror and said, hey, old man, chill the fuck out. Stop.
If you want to go more into the rabbit hole, look up Gamer Wars with a Z from Mega64. Tommy
Okay.
is the protagonist in the video saga. I'll post a link in chat.
Please.
Oh yeah,
What is
wow,
this?
that's very cool.
Gamer Wars? What is this? Anywho, no, but seriously, guys, I would not rather be anywhere else because my body simply won't allow me. I'm tired. Caroline's bedridden. She's too sick to stream. And you know what? I don't feel bad about being old because a bunch of young people went to EDC too, and they're all fucked as well. They're all fucking dead right now, okay? Even young Botez literally is like bedridden. So I don't feel bad. Everybody's sick. Everybody's tired. I'm doing better than most of them, okay? Copium. Hopium. All right? Prage. Prage.
Years late to the party of Americans working on Sonic.
Yes.
From anyone.
Kikwa Ithono was right, Will. It's been a fun 25 months, but
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna have to go touch some grass for a while.
It's Friday night. You know, you don't feel like you have to stay here for me. If you're enjoying yourself, if you're hanging out, if you need a little of that, you know, good reacciones contento, I'm here for you. If not, go live your life. Link in case you mixed it. No, I clicked it. It's up in another tab.
Okay, let's be charitable. Maybe he means first American to do music for the series? But if he thinks that, Tommy's been crushing too many 40s. That was terrible. I promise to live and learn from the... Oh, fuck.
But this first American stuff gets even deeper. There are layers to this shit. One particular American musician, Michael Jackson, was rumored for decades to have worked on Sonic 3. This
What?
was seemingly confirmed by Yuji Naka earlier.
What? You didn't know? No, I didn't fucking know. What song did Michael Jackson work on?
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
I still have no idea why you won't play the opening from Game of Thrones. Best music.
Because I don't know, because we moved on. But Game of Thrones does have a very, very good opening. Wait, this is Michael Jackson? Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Oh.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
At Will Neff Music Rabbit Hole you would like I think, how Eric Pritz still call on me from Bangladesh.
Eric Prez stole Call on Me? No. I was about to say it's sampled from Valerie. I don't know why you've done this. Why have you done this to me?
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Michael Jackson wanted to do the whole soundtrack. When that didn't pan out, the game Michael Jackson's Moonwalker was made.
Oh my God, Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. I love that game. Don't if you get his pet monkey, Bubbles, doesn't he go like Moonwalker mode and turn into a giant robot that kills you with moonwalking powers? This is blowing my mind. We are down the rabbit hole. We need a little Moonwalker. This game fucking ruled.
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes!
Well, rumor has it Tommy also was responsible for the music in the background of that diner scene.
God damn it. Warcrack! 20 gifted! Thank you. Thank you. That's a lot of juice. That's a lot of juice. Thank you. Oh, shit. Fire that shit up. Michael Jackson Moonwalker. This game went crazy. Oh, he used the coin sound effect from Sonic to flip a quarter into a jukebox. Fire.
Oh yeah, wow, that's cool.
Giles Oreo gifted a tier 1 sub to 10. They have given 191 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, Angry Bullet, for the 10. I'm not even gonna mention that this game is a little weird that he's rescuing kids. I feel a little uncomfortable that Michael rescues children in the Moonwalker game. We're just gonna breeze right past it and enjoy the music. Michael. Thank you, Angry Bullet. Oh, God. And they fly out on laser beams. What did he just do to that woman? Is he sprinkling dust on them? Michael! Michael! He just dodged a bullet. Look! There's Bubbles the monkey! Oh shit, he's going Moonwalker mode. Oh! No! He's making him dance! I forgot all about this game. This game's insane. Oh! And then they all just die. They die a horrible death. Michael. I remember this game used to be in arcades, man. Ow! Play it? All right, we might have to play Moonwalker later. Was there a different version of the game? I feel like I remember a different version of it. Yes, this is the one I remember. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Oh, shit. Bang. And he moonwalks everywhere. He refuses to walk forward. Michael. Bang. Gotta save the monkey. Save Bubbles. Save Bubbles the monkey. Oh, shit. I forgot! Yeah, dude, you say Bubbles the monkey, and then you go Super Saiyan! You go Mecha Jackson! Holy shit! I'm bad! I'm bad! Alright, that was fucking incredible. That was unbelievably good. Back to the video.
Actually, this would make Jackson the first American to do a Sonic soundtrack. Maybe there are some Americans who worked on one earlier. I'm not sure. I'm not deep into Sonic lore. I'm no Heriton Splimby. Now you could say, well, sure, maybe that—
My food is here. I'm gonna leave the video playing. Let me know if anything crazy happens. I'll be back in 30 seconds.
Tommy is wrong about being the first American, but there's no way he could have known that. We only found out for sure recently. And yeah, to be fair, that would be true. Were it not for the fact Tommy has also been bragging about knowing back in the 90s that Jackson worked on Sonic.
So I was really close with the Sega folks back in the early 90s. I don't know if it was ever confirmed or not, but I can tell you that he did do the music for Sonic 3.
This was at a con in 2014, before he started saying he was the first American. So either he knew he was lying when he started saying that, or he made this shit up too. Which one is the lie?
It was
At
like
this point,
Time
why not
Crisis
both?
or
I don't
House of
trust
the
this
Dead.
story about knowing about Jackson either, frankly. I think he just made up a story to seem involved with another important piece of history. That seems to be his MO at this point. This is just one example of what we could charitably call exaggeration, but realistically we call lies. The more I tried to check things Tommy said to prove to myself that any of it was true, the more it all came apart.
Okay, so what about the Metroid Prime thing? He said in a bunch of places, including the OOF stream, that he worked on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. Worked on that for a couple of years.
And I worked with him on Metroid Prime, the first one. And we worked together for about, gosh, I want to say 4 or 5 years.
Metroid Prime, I worked with that with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years.
Wow.
I worked with Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario and Zelda. Worked with him for 5 years on Metroid Prime.
He doesn't just say he worked on it, actually. He says Shigeru Miyamoto was a personal huge fan of his work and always wanted to work on a game with him.
We always talked about working together. We're like, oh man, I really love all your Mario stuff. And he'd say, oh man, I love all your stuff that you do. Like, oh, we got to work together sometime, you know?
I don't know if that part of the story is true, but Tallarico Studios was contracted to work on Prime. Not music, by the way. Prime already had a composer. They just did sound effects. That might turn out to be important later. But early in development, Retro cancelled all their other projects to focus on Prime, and suddenly didn't need outside help to get the audio done, and his contract wasn't renewed. Tommy will confirm this part of the story himself.
My contract was coming to an end was around the same time that Retro's projects were all getting canceled except for Metroid, and they had an internal audio department.
So he did work on it, briefly, but again with the exaggeration. For him to be dropped so easily implies Miyamoto wasn't as invested in working with Tommy as he says.
Tommy doesn't just say he worked on Prime's sound effects for a bit and Miyamoto was a huge fan though. His story gets way more exotic. He tells people Miyamoto didn't give him any direction or visuals or animations to make sound effects to. He told him to just make what he thought was cool, and the development team designed the weapons and animations around his sounds.
Give us a bunch of epic weapon sounds, and then what we're going to do is I'm going to give those to my artists, and then they are going to be inspired.
Okay, I am so sorry I had to leave. Please go back. Wait, what? Go back. Fuck. Okay. I never like to leave. And also, guys, in case you're wondering, H-Bomber Guy is the video maker. He's dope.
But frankly, I think he just made up a story to seem involved with another important piece of history. That seems to be his MO at this point. This is just one example of what we could charitably call exaggeration, but realistically we call lies. The more I tried to check things Tommy said to prove to myself that any of it was true, the more it all came apart.
Okay, so what about the Metroid Prime thing? He said in a bunch of places, including the OOF stream, that he worked on Metroid Prime.
Metroid Prime with Shigeru Miyamoto. Worked on that for a couple of years.
And I worked with him on Metroid Prime, the first one. And we worked together for about, gosh, I want to say 4 or 5 years.
Metroid Prime, I worked with that with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years.
Show us food. Masaman curry and some crab rangoon. By the way, you guys, I have never seen Caroline Kwan so knocked out, bro. She's out cold on the couch. She's so tired.
Years.
Wow.
I worked with Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario and Zelda. Worked with him for 5 years on Metroid Prime.
He doesn't just say he worked on it, actually. He says Shigeru Miyamoto was a personal huge fan of his work and always wanted to work on a game with him.
We always talked about working together. We're like, oh man, I really love all your Mario stuff. And he'd say, oh man, I love all your...
I really love all your Mario stuff.
Your stuff that you do, like, oh, we got to work together sometime, you know?
I don't know if that part of the story is true, but Tallarico Studios was contracted to work on Prime. Not music, by the way, Prime already had a composer. They just did sound effects. That might turn out to be important later. But early in development, Retro cancelled all their other projects to focus on Prime, and suddenly didn't need outside help to get the audio done, and his contract wasn't renewed. Tommy will confirm this part of the story himself.
My contract was coming to an end was around the same time that Retro's projects were all getting canceled except for Metroid, and they had an internal audio department.
So he did work on it. Briefly, but again with the exaggeration. For him to be dropped so easily implies Miyamoto wasn't as invested in working with Tommy as he says.
Tommy doesn't just say he worked on Prime's sound effects for a bit and Miyamoto was a huge fan though. His story gets way more exotic. He tells people Miyamoto didn't give him any direction or visuals or animations to make sound effects to. He told him to just make what he thought was cool, and the development team designed the weapons and animations around his sounds.
At will
Give
Neff a
us
fun video regarding
a
the Eric
bunch
Prude
of
stealing
epic
call on me.
weapon sounds.
What?
And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna give those to my artists, and then they are gonna be inspired by the sounds that you make. And
never, not once ever.
We're gonna inspire the art and the thing. Wow, so cool.
This is an unprecedented amount of control for an external audio contractor to have over a project. Plus, it just doesn't mix very well with the fact he left really early in development. Did Miyamoto change his mind? Why didn't he make Retro keep him on board if he had such an important job? It also doesn't mix with other stories from Retro Studios' actual audio department. He did an interview for Shinesparkers where he told this story about Miyamoto letting him design the weapon sounds first. However, Shinesparkers then went on to interview Clark Wen, Prime's audio lead, who came on board after the other games were cancelled and Tommy was gone. Wen is well respected in the game audio industry. He's worked on a bunch of stuff, including Tony Hawk games, interestingly enough. According to him, they did sound effects the normal way, basing their work off the art and animation. There's something amazing about reading an interview with Tommy where Miyamoto blessed the project with a radical new technique where the sound designer had massive creative control over the game, and then going to the interview with Wen where they say, "We interviewed Tommy and he said you did this," and he goes, "That sounds cool, but no." One or two weapon sound effects were done when he got there, and he left them mostly untouched. So, a few of the sounds in the game are done by Tallarico Studios, and they might have been done the way Tommy said, but his overall involvement with the game was very small. How small? He left so early in development, they forgot he had worked on it by the time the game was done, and forgot to put his name in the credits. A bunch of other audio contractors made it in, though. They must have kept contracting people after he left and not got him back. Weird, I wonder why.
After seeing Tommy repeatedly take credit for the work of people under him, it's kind of cathartic seeing a bunch of other people get credited and for him to be forgotten. However, he's not the only one. Someone's missing from Tommy's version of the story again. Can you guess?
In a now deleted page on his website, accessible via the Internet Archive, Tommy wrote about leaving early in development, although he still claims he did a lot of the main sound design somehow. Funnily enough, he doesn't say I too much. He says we. I wonder who the other It's Joey! It's always Joey! He shared a recent email from Retro's new audio manager to prove he worked on it, and he compliments the work Tallarico Studios did, but he says it like this: "My hat is off to you, Tommy. And Joey? It's always Joey!" What makes the story even funnier is how, you know, Tommy was on a TV show that reviewed games when Prime came out. Tommy didn't mention he worked on it, which makes sense, he was barely involved. But one fascinating thing that hasn't come up yet is Tommy just has terrible taste.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? The characters are incredibly stupid.
He complained about Prime's backtracking and scanning system, stuff people love about the game, and absolutely refused to let Victor get a word in edgewise.
I had to scan
every little
There's
thing.
a great
in every
story in there
room.
as well.
And that's a problem for me. But
I
the
enjoyed
worst,
all of that.
The worst problem about this game is the...
He gave it a 7.5, which according to Metacritic would be the absolute lowest score any remotely professional critic gave it at the time. Even less than the 8 the guy who wrote the text reviews for EP gave it. Tommy was not the biggest fan of this game, but now it's universally recognized as a masterpiece, he can't wait to tell you he was a huge part of it. It's kind of fascinating how these two supposed industry professionals each talk about their work. Joey doesn't mention Prime at all on his site. Presumably, he doesn't consider his work a large enough part of the finished game to go on a resume. Meanwhile, Tommy talks like he worked hand in hand with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years on Metroid Prime. Oh, come on, H1, be reasonable. He doesn't say it like that. No, he says it like that.
I worked hand in hand with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years on Metroid Prime.
But he...
Sorry, Caroline just woke up and demanded crab rangoon, so I wanted to take care of her. She's really out of it.
He said on his own website he left early. He left so early they forgot to put him in the credits.
Go back?
God
damn it. Fucking shit.
Doesn't mention Prime at all on his site. Presumably, he doesn't consider his work a large enough part of the finished game to go on a resume. Meanwhile, Tommy talks like he worked hand in hand with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years on Metroid Prime. Oh, come on, H1, be reasonable. He doesn't say it like that. No, he says it like that.
I worked hand in hand with Shigeru Miyamoto for 5 years on Metroid Prime.
But he said on his own website he left early. He left so early they forgot to put him in the credits. He knows he's not telling the truth when he says this. Okay, look, maybe I'm just a gaming racist, but is it okay at this point to call this an obvious lie? It must be very difficult to work hand in hand with someone on a game they famously did not work on very much. Retro Studios is based in Texas. Miyamoto was a distant producer who occasionally gave notes. Several former Retro employees have even suggested he gave Metroid to a new company in America that hadn't made any games yet because he didn't like Metroid that much, insinuating he didn't really get Metroid's type of gameplay. Miyamoto pawned off IPs like this repeatedly, actually. He visited Rare one day and made them turn a game they were making into a Star Fox game because he had no idea what else to do with Star Fox. And we all know how that turned out. It's actually pretty good. People are just mean. Prime is good happened because Miyamoto outsourced an IP he didn't like to a bunch of Americans so he didn't have to think about it, which gives very different implications to Miyamoto asking Tommy to do the sound effects. So now almost every game he's bragged about working on has turned out to be a gross example.
You missed the JoJo part? Oh god, I'm so glad I didn't rewind. People were making me rewind for a JoJo reference. I'm okay.
Duration. The only other games he talks about are Earthworm Jim and Aladdin. I guess there's one more, Guitar Hero.
Guitar Hero franchise. Did some work on some of the first 3 Guitar Hero games. You know, like some of the games I've worked on: Disney's Aladdin, Earthworm Jim, Guitar Hero.
No, not fuck JoJo. I don't need to rewind twice to make sure that I got the exact moment he says the word JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Any of his songs on the soundtrack? No. Did he do sound effects? It doesn't look like it. Is he credited on any of the games? On one of them, yeah. According to a Joystick interview, rest in peace, comrade, he helped them get an Aerosmith song on too because his cousin is Steven Tyler of Aerosmith.
What?
He's in the credits of Guitar Hero 2 in the Industry Thanks section. His involvement seems, I don't know, kinda small. It's mostly people who championed the first Guitar Hero when it came out. You know, game journalists and celebrities. And Will Wheaton. Interestingly, alongside Brad Shoemaker, Ryan Davis, and of course Jeff Gershman, also in these credits is Patrick Klepek, who 15 years later would go on to make him delete a legal threat by asking him a basic question. This is the total extent I can find of Tommy's involvement with the Guitar Hero games. But I must be missing something. The way he brings it up, you'd think he was massively involved.
I worked on the Guitar Hero games, the first 3. The third one was Guitar Hero Aerosmith. Now you know why.
I want to assume Tommy was joking there, but at this point I don't know. The more you look at Tommy's weird exaggerations, overstatements of credit, his use of we to mean Joey, the more you see it. It starts to take over your mind. You start to ask yourself if even the stuff he couldn't possibly be lying about is a lie. Like, okay, are those Guinness World Records real? I assume.
Oh shit.
And even if everything else was fake, they would be real at least. There's no way anyone could get away with such an obvious lie. It would be too easy to check. But it turns out if something is easy to check, no one actually does.
No!
Let's start with the big one.
The person who has worked on the most video games in their lifetime. That's what he calls it, at least.
I hold the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their life. My mother's very proud. The person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud for the person who's worked on the most video games in a.
Don't say
Oh
it.
yeah, wow, that's for a
Don't
chord.
mention your
31
goddamn mother again. Don't do it.
Question. Linger or dreams?
Linger or dreams? Dreams. But just because it's in Chungking.
lifetime. So that was pretty cool. My mother's very proud for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime, which is kind of crazy, kind of a cool honor. My mother's very proud. The person who's worked on the most video games in their life.
Tommy, I'm begging you. I'm begging you on my hands and knees. Don't bring Miss Tallarico into this.
Yeah, my mother is very proud.
There's several problems with this one. Let's start with how the number of games he's worked on keeps expanding, and not in the sexy way.
By the time of his first Guinness World Record in 2008, he'd worked on the production of 272 games. Around this time, he stopped doing music for games and started focusing on video games live.
Video games live takes up such a huge part of your time and your career. So have you ever considered going back to like full-time video game composing?
No.
There was this period in the early 2010s where the last game he'd officially worked on outside of Super Tofu Boy was Sonic and the Black Knight.
The last game I
don't
composed.
take no shit from anyone.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tommy, for making this stream. Your mother must be very proud.
Yeah, Tommy
Feel
made all the
strong,
music for the
man.
stream.
It was actually a Sonic game, and that was a couple years ago, but yeah.
But somehow, 2 years later, he had a record with over 300 games on it. In October 2017, he said he'd worked on over 300 games.
In fact, I have a Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime, over 300 games.
But by the time of the OOF stream in January 2020, just over 2 years later, it was over 350.
And I've worked on over 350 video games.
He had a busy couple of years there.
I read today 300 video games you've had your hands in. That can't be a real number.
Yeah, that's actually 350. Yeah, it's up to 350 now. That I know a lot of people in the industry. I've worked on 350 games in my career.
Okay, Tommy seems a little confused himself how many he's done. So, you know, just for his sake, we should probably double check how many. So, is there a list somewhere?
His Wikipedia page lists far less games than he says he's worked on. Fewer.
68.
Damn it. I used Wikipedia for that visual earlier, showing the games he'd worked on in the early 2010s. Let's show everything else he did afterwards. Nothing. He cameoed in Retro City Rampage, and that's it, according to Wikipedia. His IMDb splits his credits into a dozen different categories, but not games, television, and movies, because it's a horrible website. And the composer and sound department credits have a bunch of games.
I loved the little shot he just took at IMDb.
It's repeated in both. Wow, he's credited for some of them 3 times. Even Messiah's in there twice. Earthworm Jim 2's in there 4 times? But
I'm
even
ballsy.
Yes?
Take no shit from anyone.
Rumor has it, Tommy is also the man who has eaten the most ass. His mother is very proud.
Dude, I wonder if that is a Guinness Book of World Records record. Most ass eaten. Do you think they measure it by individual asses or how thoroughly you eat the ass?
Adding literally all the video game credits together, including all the duplicates, you get less than half the number he said he'd done 15 years ago. What the fuck is happening? His Moby Games page lists about 100. It's 6:13 a.m. right now, and my eyes went a bit blurry while I was counting. It could be like 98. Either way, it's a lot less than 350, and I'm not recounting this shit. And that's counting a bunch he's just in the thanks for, like Guitar Hero 2. It doesn't list Pro Skater because he's not in the credits for that, even though Moby Games appear to have copy-pasted the official biography from his website, which claims he did. They somehow managed to get Pro Skater to link to the correct...
No! Tony, please go back to skateboarding. Tony, no! Pro Scatter! Oh, Jesus. Times is tough, Tony, but don't do this. The children look up to you. God. Oh, no. You don't want to see what a 1080 is in Tony Hawk Pro Scatter.
Game page, but not to get the spelling right. Okay, none of these websites can be trusted. Thankfully, Tommy has taken it upon himself to make his own list of games on his website. This list is larger, and I mean a lot larger than the others, and since Tommy wrote it, there's some dubious names on here. Pro Skater and Guitar Hero are on there, and so is Metroid Prime. Obviously, he personally held hands with the development team while they made it, but so is Prime 2, a game I've never seen any mention of him touching anyone's hands on. Did they reuse some sounds him/Joey made, so that counts as working on both?
And I guess I can now add Roblox to that list of games.
If Tommy thinks he can put Roblox on the list of games he has worked on, imagine what justifications other games are on this list for.
One of Tommy's actually interesting contributions to game history is early PlayStation 1 models came with a demo disc to show what the console could do, and some of his music is in the menus and titles. The first sounds ever made by some early PlayStations would be music made by Tommy. This is kind of...
I thought they were going to say that he made the PlayStation startup noise, in which case I would have totally forgiven him for everything. If he made the PlayStation startup noise, I would have been like, yeah, I mean, he's a legend.
Neat and cool.
Thank you.
And
Sorry,
it's
sneeze.
also weird seeing PlayStation demo disc in a list of games composed for. In general, this list has quite a bit of what we call padding. Tellurico Studios did additional music for the first Blood Rain, so that's one game worked on, right? Well, it's on Tommy's list 5 times as each console version along with PC and Mac. I'm not sure why you'd want to give Blood Rain such a strong presence on your resume, but each to their own. He also did the music for Earthworm Jim 1 and 2.
Those games, that music slaps.
An Earthworm Jim game is on his list 18 times. Super Tofu Boy, a free Flash game Peter made he donated music to, is on here twice. You can run Flash games on the Mac too? Wow, that's an extra game worked on. Fuck you, Tommy. But even counting all of this, all the games he wasn't credited for but still puts on his list, the multiple times the same game is counted across many different consoles or computers or demo discs as specific games worked on, it's still a lot less than the number he says. If you decide to be a bit mean and remove all the repeat games, you get around 175.
Wow.
Almost 100 less than his first Guinness World Record said 15 years ago.
So either he stopped updating his website, and IMDb, Moby Games, Wikipedia...
Alright, I'm gonna take this plate back. 2 seconds. And I'm gonna check on Caroline. Stop coming! All right, Caroline's coming back to the world of the living. She said
and
kind of.
everywhere else also stopped tracking the games he worked on. Or, Bob, forgive me, the first American to ever work on Sonic is exaggerating again. In an interview in 2010, he said he worked on 280 video games, which is a Guinness World Record. Actually inside the Guinness book as the person who worked on the most video games in their life. This sentence almost made me cut my fucking head off. Tommy isn't actually inside the Guinness Book of World Records he's talking about here. Trust me, I checked. Inside that year's Guinness Book of World Records Gamers Edition. The Gamers Edition is full of more game-centric records. Notice that it's also much smaller and the print quality is much worse, and generally it's a lot less prestigious than being in the actual book. My producer, Kat, left a comment on that line in the script saying, it's a bit like saying you gave a TED talk when really you just gave a TEDx talk, not realizing how fucking funny she was being, because Tommy has done a TEDx talk.
No.
My mother's very proud.
When his biography on his website calls it a TED talk.
Dude, why do people reuse jokes? I'll never understand that. It's so weird to just reuse old content over and over again. I would never, ever do. Hold on! What's this? Have you guys heard of this guy, Tim Fallon? He's incredible. Man, the classics, am I right?
It's exactly that guy. She is so cool. I love her.
Tommy is at least featured in the Gamers Edition. It's a 2-page interview about his career and video games live. At the beginning of the interview, the author claims Tommy has worked on more game soundtracks than anyone else.
They don't say how they verified this or provide the list of games. It seems a bit like Tommy just told the interviewer this in the interview and they repeated it as a factoid, assuming it was true, because why would someone tell such an obvious lie? Whatever evidence he has backing up his claim is becoming difficult to find. Luckily, this wasn't too expensive on eBay. Supplies are quite low, but the demand, it's just me, basically. Surprisingly cheap these were to Mandalore Gaming, and he started bulk buying them to leave in Airbnbs he stays in, like a sort of gamer-dian Bible. So if they seem more expensive now, it's because he's artificially inflated the price. Speaking of artificial inflation, even if the amount of games Tommy says he's worked on was completely true, there are still people who've worked on way more games. The record is just wrong. Even Guinness at some point recognized this. They actually changed the wording of the record at some point after he first got it. It's not person who has worked on the most...
This video is so good. Thank you, Swimfellow.
Most prolific composer of game soundtracks. The Guinness website says that now, and the updated versions of Tommy's plaque say that too. So Guinness have done their best to correct this mistake. Tommy, however, has continued using the original name anyway for over a decade.
In fact, I own the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in their lifetime. My mother's very proud.
Another
God damn it!
Another one of those sweet little lies we've become accustomed to Tommy using. Although I can kind of understand this one, because the new name is even more obviously a lie. I know for a fact Tommy has not made 280 video game soundtracks.
We need to acknowledge just how bonkers this clip is. He's saying most video games in a lifetime while showing footage of the new record with a different name. Bonus points for the fact the record says more than 300 games, but then it cuts to a list he wrote with less than 300 games on it.
And just in case it needs to be said, no, Guinness are not a real record-keeping organization. They're a novelty book company. It's already a pretty common joke that most of their records are just silly stuff someone made up so they can have a record. Like, most baseball bats broken in 1 minute. That's a silly one.
I tried to submit for longest P. Not length of P, but P distance, and they wouldn't take it.
Made up now. Just kidding, it's real. I don't really mind if Guinness track a bunch of silly records. It's just a bit...
I can piss like 12 feet in the air. Straight. Just a beam. Thank you so much.
Tells me his mother is very proud.
Yeah. Bit of fun, really. But they are an utterly for-profit organization. Not just in terms of sales of books, but also sales of records.
How do you do that? I just got really good PSI. I just got really good water pressure. I don't know why my body builds up immense pressure.
Has an entire subsection on their website.
Thank you, Coconut Wave.
Business marketing solutions, promising they can help with PR and marketing campaigns, complete with a case studies section showing over a dozen pages of companies they got attention for by helping them come up with a new record to break, like Canon with its longest
genetic advantage to having a rifled cock. I have a bored out dick hole, dude. It's got a spiral in it.
digitally printed photograph. If you have the money, you can pay them to help you break a record. I have my suspicions a lot of the silly record holders are independently wealthy people. You know, some people just want a record to call their own to give their empty lives a sense of meaning. Guinness aren't purposefully keeping track of who's broken the most bats or wasted the most money on a Pokemon card. Having a Guinness adjudicator on site to verify and give out the award on the day is super expensive, at minimum $10,000.
What?
Plus transport and hotel costs.
Holy shit.
This stuff gets expensive fast. They aren't a neutral party tracking human achievements, they are a paid service, and many of
I feel like Guinness is a good rabbit hole to go down too.
Their record holders are basically just customers.
You'll notice that when it became clear someone else should have the record for most games made in a lifetime, they didn't give someone else the record, they changed it to one Tommy was more likely to have. I'm curious how much they charge for this service.
Guinness's record search function production claims
That would have been so funny if they let me fly out an adjudicator to watch me piss, dude. That would have been amazing. I might still do that. $10,000 drop in the bucket. Just watch me blast piss out of my cock. Are you watching carefully? Are you getting this?
Tommy is involved with 2 more.
I can't hold it much longer.
These are for Video Games Live. What great marketing these must have been. They are most video game concerts performed and largest audience for a live video game music concert.
Let's quickly appreciate how sneaky these records are. VGL haven't come close.
Well, that's sexual harassment? No, that's performance art, sir or ma'am. I'm setting a record. Thank you very much.
But most video game concerts, now that's a record. And it's highly specific, so no one can challenge it. In fact, you literally can't challenge it. The Guinness website says these records are not accepting active submissions. This is a special record only Tommy can get.
And wouldn't you believe it? At his 357th concert, one of those prohibitively expensive adjudicators turned up to hand him the latest version of these 2 records. But let's look closer at largest audience for a live video game music concert for a second.
The biggest symphony show ever seen live. Over 752,000 people.
What?
Watching us live.
What is he, Metallica?
In Beijing, China.
This would be pretty impressive. Would you be shocked if I told you Tommy's story is inaccurate?
Not all of those 752,000 people were watching in person in Beijing. Some of them were watching it digitally on a live stream on a Chinese video website.
Biggest symphony show ever seen live.
Still, that is a shit ton of people.
152,000 people watching me live on stage. That was in Beijing.
It's a bit deceptive to say they were watching you live on stage when they were nowhere near the stage. How many people were actually there?
The famous Bird's Nest National Olympic Stadium. We played there, 130,000 people inside, 600,000 people outside.
I love that he says outside when he means we're watching a live stream. Like, is he trying?
I don't take no shit.
This is still very impressive
To
to
hold
me.
the record for piss distance, you'd need a narrow urethra like Hank Hill. It's a natural advantage, like putting your thumb over the end of the hose.
Yep.
Trying to imply hundreds of thousands of people stood outside just to hear his show? But 100k people attending a concert is still a
That's what I said.
lot. Still a lie, though! You know, I couldn't help but overhear what venue he said this took place at.
Bird's Nest National Olympic Stadium.
The Bird's Nest is a beautiful stadium.
Oh.
It must be amazing to play in front of
Wait, that looks like SoFi.
130,000 people there. In case you're not familiar with the Bird's Nest, allow me to read you the beginning of its Wikipedia page. You're an hour deep into a video about the Roblox oof, you don't have anything better to do.
Okay, dude. Whoa, hey, hold on. That was personal.
National Stadium, also known as the Bird's Nest, is an 80,000 capacity stadium in Beijing. I think I might have noticed a very small discrepancy. During the 2008 Olympics, it hit its record attendance of 89,000 people. Tommy is claiming he got better attendance than the Olympics and can fold space. But because it's Tommy, there are layers of mistruth happening here. You see, Tommy has the name of the venue wrong. Guinness has an article about this record, and they say it was set at the Beijing Exhibition Theatre, which is a different place. At first, I thought this was just a one-off mistake. VGL have played both venues. But the thing is, though, he always says it's the Bird's Nest.
There was the Bird's Nest in China, Beijing National Olympic Stadium, 750,000 people.
Now, maybe he just has the names really mixed up in his head. They are both in Beijing after all, although it is a bit weird to forget where you set your Guinness World Record, but whatever. But is there maybe a reason he says the name of this theatre while claiming he played to hundreds of thousands of people? Well, there's one. It would be even more impossible to play to 130,000 people at a theatre with only 2,700 seats.
No shot. He played a 3,000 person show and is claiming that 130,000 people were there?
The Guinness...
God, that's worse than when I tell my mom I'm a 10K Andy. She's very proud.
Article also happens to mention the actual...
I'm dying inside.
number of people physically at the concert, 2,086 people. So even when Guinness has the numbers, he still makes shit up. Tommy, anyone can check this. What are you doing? I don't trust that many people were watching the live stream either. There's no easily obtainable record of the live viewership from the Chinese streaming platform this appeared on, so we, and apparently also Guinness, just have to take Tommy's word for it that almost exactly 750,000 people watched this live. And considering we just caught him lying about this exact thing, I have my doubts.
Even though he
now it's getting crazy.
Has a record with a specific number written on it, the number keeps changing. In an interview in the
Potted the stream gag.
2017 Guinness Book of World Records, the Gamers Edition, of course, he directly claims over 1 million people saw that show live.
I'm a stud.
I cannot stress
I'm
this
ballsy.
enough.
I don't take no shit from anyone.
I have to know more about your water jet cutter urethra.
Yeah.
Have you tried aiming with it? Have you tried hunting birds with it? Why don't you fight crime with it?
Well, the piss. The Sultan of Suds. No, I, to be honest, it became one of those things where it was just like a party trick in college. People heard that I could piss really far. I would get drunk and I would piss really far. That was it. I could piss very, very far. I haven't done it in years. I'm like Bruce Willis in Unbreakable. I don't even know if I have the gift anymore. I'd have to get real drunk, grab my dick real hard, and see if I could build up incredible PSI. It hurts your dick. I'm gonna tell you right now. It hurts the actual urethra of your cock a lot. It feels like you're pissing a razor blade, but it is very impressive. And when you're drunk, you don't really care.
Literally lying to Guinness about a record Guinness just...
Wait, how far could you piss? Like 10, 12 feet? At least a few people lengths.
Gave him. I can't fucking believe it.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
That story is worth a sub.
That's all.
Yes! Yes! It's all worth it!
Records Guinness appears to have on file for Tommy Tallarico. Tommy seems to know better, though. His list of awards on his website says he has 4, the 4th one being most video game concerts in a year, a record I cannot find anywhere other than his list of awards and other interviews with Tommy. So, I don't know.
The maximum danger trick you can do, though, that I did a few times, is piss over your body. Piss and arc it over yourself without hitting yourself. You start over here and you bring it vertical and you piss back over yourself. But you gotta be real drunk for that one. And there is a high likelihood you're gonna get piss on yourself. But man, if you pull it off, the crowd will go crazy. These are mostly for 20-year-old men. The only people who are going to find this impressive. Anybody else is going to recoil in horror. I'm pretty sure I vaguely remember someone being like, yo, Alana, you got to watch how far this dude can piss. And I did it for a girl and she was like, oh God. Just not as impressive outside of the ages of 20 to 24 drunken white kids is really the target demographic. Those are the only people impressed by piss length.
Maybe he has 4. Well, his biography says he currently holds 5, so I don't know. The numbers just keep going up.
Can he at least get the record straight on the number of records? Okay, to be fair, he has recently updated it. Lately,
how many beers, though? I'm not gonna lie, I used to drink a lot of beers. Dude, I think about how much beer I used to drink. One thing that I don't even know if they do this shit anymore. Do you guys do 2-man case races anymore, young people? Where you would buy a 30 rack and 2 of you would try and finish a 30 rack in basically under an hour? Dude, I remember the fastest we ever did one was 15 minutes. Where I literally remember I would shotgun a beer, immediately projectile puke it, shotgun a beer, projectile puke it, shotgun a beer, projectile puke it for like 20 beers in a row. Just absolutely blowing like that. There's no reason to do that. It's just stupid. Like, I could have just poured the beer on the ground, but to prove some point to people on a rugby team, I put it in my body first. Like, it's just stupid. It's just dumb. It's horrible. I did win the case race, though. In case you were wondering, I did win. I won. And everyone was very impressed.
As 7.
My mom is very proud.
Guinness World Records for different things.
So what are all the others?
You know, for a guy who, let's be frank, fucking loves bragging about all the shit he's done.
I've worked with...
And they say white people have no culture. Okay, Caroline Kwan.
Hello, Mr. Neff. I have heard
Yes?
great things about your penis and its alleged PSI, and was wondering if we could get you on the main stage for TwitchCon Las Vegas to try and set a world record. We'll be in contact soon.
Can you imagine? In front of a live audience at TwitchCon? The fucking Minecraft stands shuffle in. Oh, what's happening after the Dream panel? I don't know, some Guinness World Record? Jesus Christ! No! Live from the Bird's Nest in Beijing.
I was the first American.
Oh, God.
He's uncharacteristically modest about saying what these other 4 records are. In a Reddit AMA a few years back, he said he has 7, but just to avoid wasting people's time, he only listed 3 of them. Would you like to guess which 3? When someone directly asks him to list the records, he sheepishly adds most game concerts in a year, but that's it. The others are like ghosts.
Tommy, how many Guinness World Records do you have?
So I have 7. One of the ones I have is the most symphony shows in a single year. But I would say there's 3 big ones. The 3 big ones are most shows, biggest live show ever seen, and then the
biggest live show ever seen. That ain't it.
The most video games. So I have a total of 7, but there's 3 big ones.
He doesn't even have a riddle prepared for this one. He just refuses to tell people. He's so shy, all of a sudden. Luckily for us, in Tommy's investor videos for the Amico, we can see at least 5 of them. So let's just take a look and find out for ourselves. In the center we have most prolific composer of soundtracks. Okay, can't verify he's done that many games, but we at least know that one. The 2 either side say most video game concerts and largest audience. Those are the 3 we know he has. Now for the mystery ones. To the right, we have the record for the most video game concerts This is the same record. This is the previous version. This one's from 2014 with 293 shows. What about the one on the left? The longest video games live, which has performed 260. These are the same 3 records. It's starting to look like there's a good reason the other 4 records don't get mentioned much. In one house tour he gave in 2017.
Why doesn't he hang them up? That's a pet peeve of mine. He's very wealthy. Why does he have his records on the floor?
The floor, where they appear to have sat for 5 years now. Look at that dust bunny.
Thank you.
He calls them 7 different Guinness World Records.
There's 7 of them. 7 different Guinness World Records. So
I'm not sure how these can be 7 different records if when you pause the video and look, several of them are the same. And I think when people get too up close and personal with his records, they start to notice this too. In this clip, he talks about 2 of them, ones we know, and then this weird cut happens.
that was the first one.
That was the first
Yep. And then for the shows, and then
Where's he? Be jealous.
I didn't edit that in, I swear. I'd love to know what happened
Jump
between
cut.
these 2 clips. Here's yet another fun fact. Guinness charges separately for the award certificate and the plaque it comes in. They have a unique design, they don't change very often, and they're pretty expensive. When Tommy got these 2 in 2014, it looks like he just bought 2 picture frames from a store. I guess when you have so many versions of the same record already, you get sick of paying full price for them. I'm not just bringing this up to make fun of him, although I am, but it's actually really useful data. You know how I mentioned Guinness renamed his most games record? In this one tour with the super awkward edit, another funny thing happens. Tommy reads out that record, right?
this is the Guinness World Record for the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime.
Wow.
But because he has a shitty frame for this one, we can check and see the record he's reading from says something else.
For the person who's worked on the most video games in a lifetime.
Wow.
Tommy refuses to acknowledge the new title and pretends it has the old wrong name because it's a bit more prestigious. He's lying about the text of a record he is literally holding in his hands and pretending to read from. This guy's a fucking genius. How has he never been caught? I feel like I'm going crazy. You know how the concert records say video game concerts? If you've been paying attention, you'll notice Tommy always says it's for symphony concerts or symphonic concerts.
Biggest symphony show ever seen live.
The most symphony shows ever done. The biggest symphony show ever seen live. Biggest symphony show ever seen live.
Tommy knows his video game concert record is extremely stupid, and out of embarrassment he calls it something else. Oh, maybe it's not deliberate, maybe he just got the name wrong. No, I can prove it. Here's a time he does that while pointing at it and pretending to read it.
Largest audience ever to see
that's for
symphonic concert live. 750.
Thank you. I am a game show host IRL.
52,000 people.
We can see what the record says in the previous shot, Tommy. Okay, let's wrap this up. How many records does Tommy have? Through a list of games that cannot be found but keeps exploding, and by making up new definitions of concert, it looks like Tommy has about 3. But he owns 7 plaques of them, so he tells people he has 7 different...
That is actually unhinged.
Guinness World Records. And maybe he does...
That is so unhinged to have them laying out where people can see that they're the same record and still claim that they're different records. That is totally unhinged.
Most video game concerts in a year one, and it's just never visible in shots of his records. Guinness only has 3 records in their search, though. Well, had. I was going to move on from Guinness at this point, but then there was a new development in the search for Tommy's list of games. After looking everywhere for the list of 350 plus games Tommy's supposedly worked on, or I guess composed for now, we realized there was one place that would definitely have one. Guinness themselves. So we emailed them. And by we, I mean Kat did it for me. She did all the work.
I love that this is the picture he has for his producer.
Look, that's what people mean when they say we. They mean someone else did it for me. We worked on the oof sound. Yeah, right. I know this trick, Tommy. We, Kat, asked them what evidence was provided for the record and how it was verified. Guinness were really polite and got back to us very quickly. Here was their response. The record title...
No way.
The title in question is one of our consultant records, which are not open to standard applications. They are confirmed by specialist consultants that we approve. Our expert external
I hate when people burp into the mic.
Consultants that we use for records of this kind often have professional links to the field in question, i.e. video games. These titles research...
There's no way that Tommy is the expert for his own record. I will fucking lose it.
Wow, that's for a cool...
Flea is me, thank you.
Based rather than evidence-based.
I'm an oil man, producing 5,000 barrels a day. I'm gonna be pumping today. This is my son.
Thanks. First off, this email provides me the incredible quote that the record is not evidence-based, which is just fantastic. Thank you very much for that. This is one of the situations where if you did the research, you would have the evidence.
I've abandoned my child.
Consultation.
My mother is very proud.
It's a list of games. On top of that, this implies Guinness have never seen a list either. The record was verified by a consultant, so someone, somewhere, says Tommy has worked on this many games and Guinness believes them. But then something even stranger happened. Previously, when you typed Tommy's name into Guinness...
No, did I call it? Am I Billy Precog again?
Record search, that record came up. One of the other VGL records came up because he's mentioned by name on that record, the other one doesn't. So those are the ones that came up. This is a screenshot I took in early September. Anyway, after we emailed them asking how they verified it, I realized I needed to take another screenshot because I'd scribbled all over one of them, so I went back, and the record didn't come up. Just the other one did. Right after we emailed them asking them where their evidence was, and they said they didn't have it, the record disappeared. Did we just get one of Tommy's records deleted? Oh no! I didn't mean to do this. I just wanted to see a list of games. Tommy, if you're watching this, it wasn't me, it was Kat. Please don't...
This man is unhinged.
So now the brakes have come off and this video is spiraling out of my control. I've lost all hope of figuring out what Tommy is doing or why.
Dude, you know what this video reminds me of? Quick aside, because, you know, I like to add my own little flavor to these React moments. This reminds me of, have you ever watched American Scammer? That is like some of the most compelling, weird content to me, because a lot of it is like very affluent people that just bold-faced lie. And you wonder, how long did these people think that they were going to get away with these gigantic lies? And it always starts with them getting caught, and then it unravels. And it's interesting because this guy isn't as much a scammer as he was someone who worked in music, who wanted to buttress his place in music or video game music. But then it turns into a scam because obviously he crowdfunded. We began with him crowdfunding like $20 million for a console that was never released, which is fascinating. Anyway, back to the video.
Doing the early research before this all happened, it got kind of nostalgic going back and rewatching ancient episodes of Electric Playground and Reviews on the Run, and watching Tommy do his wacky boobery and yell at Victor when he says normal things like Metroid Prime is fun. I was trying to remember if I ever found Tommy funny or if I was always just laughing at him, you know?
You know what I gotta say to you? I don't care what you think.
Even doing that level of research, I fell back into an ancient drama I saw unfold as a kid and completely forgot about. Tommy's awful opinions used to be a running joke on forums discussing his show's reviews. People would bring up he gave Smash Bros. Melee, one of the most beloved games in human history, a 2.5 out of 10.
What?
It was a huge running joke. I learned about this because I was a pretty big Mega 64 fan as a teenager, and they shot some videos at his house and even did an episode of their podcast there.
Oh, this was the other rabbit hole that someone linked me.
I remember watching this on my iPod Nano on the bus.
Now we're in another strange room.
This was shot just as Smash Bros. Brawl had come out, and the gang made fun of his old review as well.
Smash Brothers is now released.
That's right.
Tommy has gone on record saying his favorite game series of all time.
There's this awful
I'm a
rumor on
stud.
the internet,
Right.
as
I'm
there
ballsy.
always is,
I don't take
that
no
I
shit
gave
from anyone.
Have you seen anything about Sex House on the Onion YouTube channel? Watched a couple others stream. It seems just friendly.
Yes.
Oh yeah, wow.
It's like a staged reality show, right? I'll give it a look. Oh, little Giga Gina, thank you so much.
Smash Brothers like a 2.5 or something. And so the reality is that we never actually reviewed Smash Brothers ever on G4. So people on the internet who say that I gave Smash Brothers
We worked at the same company. Let's go.
a low score.
Yeah.
G4 never reviewed. Dude, I already know that's wrong. Him saying G4 didn't review Smash Brothers? What a bold-faced lie. What a fucking bold-faced lie. That's like saying, yeah, G4 was just never into Mario. You know, they never really got into the Mario thing. They never saw where his place in video games was, man.
Bite him.
Tommy is pointing to the giant model dinosaur he has in his garden. Anyway, it's clear this rumor really gets to him. In an IGN thread about his Mario Galaxy review, this comes up, and Tommy T shows up to defend himself, because he Googles his name and has nothing better to do. He claims it's not true, but refuses to say what the real score was because he thinks it's fun watching people spout nonsense. So, Tommy never gave Melee a 2.5, that's just a rumor, leave him alone. Here's Tommy's review of Smash Bros. Melee.
What do you think about Super Smash Bros. Melee for the Nintendo GameCube?
Well, you know, I gotta tell you, it's another GameCube letdown, another GameCube disappointment in my book.
3 out of 10.
I give it a 2.5.
He said this on TV. People saw him. The footage exists. This isn't speculation. When Tommy does something people criticize him for.
What the fuck? He got caught in 4K, bro. Tommy versus Gawker. What are you gonna do, son? The tape is out there.
Or even something dumb that doesn't need defending, like a video game opinion. He just lies and says he never did it. Like, why would you lie about something so stupid and easy to check? I'm reaching the point where if Tommy says something, it's easier to assume he made it up. His website used to have a page of famous people seen wearing Tallarico Studios
No, don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do this. Are you telling me Antonio Banderas has never worn a Tallarico shirt?
T-shirts, which is a weird thing to document in the first place. But the thing is, though, every single picture on it is photoshopped.
No.
What's his goal here? What is he even trying to do? Tommy's stratospheric levels of clout chasing have hit a point where I literally can't tell if he's joking. He has a gallery page with pictures of him performing and in magazines and so on, and there's a celebrities section showing off all the cool people.
No.
Stood next to. Wow, he's really proud of some of them because he keeps reposting them. This Jamie Lee Curtis picture pops up on his Twitter when she's in the news or it's her birthday. She's a wonderful, kind, and talented human being and a fan of my video games live show. But one of the pictures on here is really strange. This one is of the Dalai Lama, apparently. Before the Amico situation deteriorated to the point he stepped down, he used to post on the Atari Age forums, and people were discussing the Amico's Karma gaming engine, a feature Tommy later admitted he made up, by the way. During the conversation about Karma, someone referenced the Dalai Lama, so of course, he reposted that picture and said he met him in London and he liked his music.
No.
The issue here is this later turned out to be a wax statue of the Dalai Lama from the Madame Tussauds in London. This is—
No! Bro, this video turned into the fucking Prestige. The juice is worth the squeeze on this one, folks. The juice is worth the squeeze.
This is an example of what I've decided to call the Tallarico Event Horizon.
The Tallarico Event Horizon. The best part is the guy who donated for me to get Tommy to make the music wanted me to live this video an hour and 10 minutes ago and said, I'm already dead. He hadn't even gotten to the crazy shit yet. My stomach hurts.
Tommy has lied so much about so many things, I can't even tell if this is meant to be a joke. Is he doing a bit? Is Tommy Tallarico a CIA experiment to see how far you can get in—
He's a psyop! He's a fucking video game psyop! Tommy Tallarico is turning your kids gay. They're putting Tommy Tallarico in the water supplies.
the liberal games industry by just making shit up? Is Tommy Tallarico just a shadow on the wall of a cave? I started making this video because I thought a sound effect was funny.
I can't tell if he's joking or if he genuinely wants to convince people he met the Dalai Lama. Like I said, this was in a conversation about an Amico feature it turned out he made up.
We have something that's called our Karma gaming engine. And what that means is that everybody, no matter what
XL Train, thank you.
Your skill level can feel like you have a chance and that you're in the game.
I'm interested in the fact that you're using the Karma gaming engine. Where did that come from?
Okay, so the Karma gaming engine is just some shit we made up.
Like he literally made—
What?
He did up to get people to invest and admitted it later. Everywhere you look, Tommy is trying to build more prestige in ways that make no sense. Once Tommy had fled the Atari Age forums after calling everyone a gaming racist and stepping down, people started—
Okay, the term gaming racist in retrospect is so goddamn funny.
Posting about how weird he was being, and a guy told a story there about how he ran a display at the Houston Arcade Expo in 2018 showing off old Intellivision stuff right when the Amico had just been announced. So he asked Tommy if he wanted him to put out some business cards advertising the Amico, which he did. His display won an award at the show, and when he mentioned this to Tommy, he allegedly asked him to mail him the award. If this story is true, Tommy just assumed that this award belonged to him. This is just an allegation. Normally I wouldn't bother putting this in the video, but the problem is it tracks so well with a lifetime of taking credit for things he didn't do and making up awards. I find this story too believable not to mention.
Still, this doesn't mean Tommy hasn't done good work in the industry or had any legitimate achievements. To properly recognize the good work he's done, we ought to talk about Gang. The Game Audio Network Guild is a group of industry professionals dedicated to improving the craft, helping people network, and recognizing people's achievements with awards.
Okay.
Tommy has won a lot of awards from the guild over the years, at least 16 by my count, and he's clearly very proud of them because he puts them all up next to his Guinness World Record.
Gang, gang, gang.
Awards. Tommy Tallarico is also the founder of Gang.
Recently, I founded a nonprofit
Dude, that pause broke me.
organization called the Game Audio Network Guild, or GANG.
It's really funny seeing Tommy give tours of his house in his Gang t-shirt and of his office with his Gang desktop background, and then going to his website and seeing 16 awards from the group he founded and was on the board of directors of at the time.
Tommy Tallarico, composer and sound designer for video games, also the president of the Game Audio Network
Dude, this is a fake MTV episode, isn't it?
Guild.
This is fake Cribs.
Also known as Gang.
Gang even gave an award for Best Sound Library to that sound pack he made, with Joey's help. They've only given out that award 4 times in their 20-year existence, by the way.
And again, these are award-winning sound effects.
At least we know the sounds in the Roblox kit really are award-winning.
Like, at this point, research for a video that was supposed to be about the Roblox oof has gone so far off course that I needed, like, something that was baseline obviously true to hang on to so I could return to sanity. So I asked myself what I thought would be the most obvious question. Was Tommy even on Cribs?
No, dude! No, dude, stop, please!
On YouTube, like I said, there's videos of your
Billy Precog!
house in your
MTV Cribs I was on.
It's awesome, right?
You did an MTV Cribs?
Yeah. Yeah, they tour my house.
Didn't you have an episode of MTV Cribs back in the day?
Yeah.
Like, he tells people it was Cribs. He uploaded a video to his YouTube channel saying it was Cribs. So was it? No!
Cribs
Jesus Christ.
is, you know, a TV show. It has lists of episodes. You can just check. It was obviously a lie the entire time. I don't know how no one called him on it. Do gamers just not know what Cribs is?
Oh, yeah, wow,
Cribs went
that's
to the home
hardcore.
of massively successful musicians like
Thank
Snoop
you.
Dogg and Maroon 5, or other really big celebrities like Tony fucking Hawk. They did not go to the home of the guy who might have made some of the skateboard sounds for his game. Absolutely no normal person watching MTV in the mid-2000s is gonna know who Thomas the Tallarico Engine even is. He did the soundtrack to Earthworm Jim.
Which slapped. For the record.
He's not a celebrity. Nobody gives a shit about his fucking fountain.
A waterfall here, which makes me want to pee at night, oddly enough.
My mother's very proud. Cribs had specific motion graphics, and they always showed the same factoids at the beginning every time, using the same visual. This video just has a wall of text. MTV had a very specific vibe with its backing tracks. This thing uses easily identifiable stock music. So identifiable, YouTube flagged it. But if it wasn't Cribs, then what was it? Someone in the comments says they saw this on a disc that came with a gaming magazine back in the day, but I think they're thinking of the other times he did that. Because Tommy's a massive narcissist, his website has a video section with a meticulous collection of his appearances, and links to them on YouTube, some of which he uploaded himself. He links this one and calls it MTV Cribs here too, along with 2 of his PlayStation Magazine appearances. But here's the thing, Tommy's website is ancient and has several much older versions preserved on the Internet Archive. On the version from 2004, before YouTube was a thing, he would just put the videos on his own site. Many of the videos on the old site ended up as links to YouTube videos on the new one. The PlayStation Magazine house tour and interviews are here, along with this Around the World in 80 Games thing. There doesn't seem to be a Cribs video on the old version of the site, which is a bit of a red flag. Additionally, there's one house tour that didn't seem to make it to the new one, done by Gamer TV. The video itself on Tommy's site wasn't archived, but Gamer.tv was a show from the UK about gaming hosted by Sam Delaney. One episode had a feature on ways to make money in the game industry, professional gamers, voice actors, and of course, a certain composer.
Hey, I'm Tommy Tallarico, composer and sound
Holy shit, man.
designer for video games.
Hey, wait a second.
Hey, I'm Tommy Tallarico, composer and sound designer
for video games.
So this episode is using a cut down version of the footage we saw in Tommy's video. So now we know who really shot this footage. Gamer.tv used to have a website, gamer.tv. Oh, that's clever. It's down now, but in archives it's clear the site used to have a video section with extra stuff. One of the extra videos appears to be about a gamer with a Ferrari and a luxury home. I think Gamer.tv met Tommy and toured his house, used clips from this in their show, and uploaded the entire house tour as a bonus feature to their website. The video linked here is sadly not archived either, at least not directly. It was preserved if, say, Tommy downloaded it and put it on his own website, and then later moved his video archive to YouTube. This is a kind of cool act of video preservation, except for the part where it somehow ended up being called MTV Cribs. How did that happen? I mean, the file on his website was named correctly. This would be a difficult thing to get wrong unless he did it on purpose.
MTV Cribs I was on.
It's awesome, right?
Is Tommy just, like, a pathological liar? Does he have
Yes. Has to be. Has to be.
to lie to sound more interesting no matter what? Like how he went from saying he did some sounds for Prime to saying he worked on it with Miyamoto for 5 years, or how he went from being one of the voices in Pro Skater to the audio director, or how he went from doing 3 songs for Sonic and the Black Knight in 2009 to being the first American to ever get to kiss Sonic on his little mouth. Every time something comes up again, the lie has to get bigger. In that newer
It should have been me!
tour I showed, the guy asks Tommy about if it was featured on Cribs, and he says it was on there more than—
Damn, bro. Yo, those were some—
Sonic on his little mouth? Every time something comes up again, the lie has to get bigger. In that newer house tour I showed, the guy asks Tommy about if it was featured on—
Are those real PSA graded comics right there? Because that's like $250,000 of comics right there. They're probably fake. Yeah, what am I saying? Of course they're fake.
Cribs, and he says it was on there more than once.
Tommy Tallarica has invited me to his MTV Crib, which this hasn't been on the MTV Cribs, right?
A couple times.
Yeah.
Why is he like this?
Couple times.
Why are you like this? I know you're still watching, Tommy. Explain yourself. What are you doing? What are you fucking doing?
Is there a follow-up to this? There has to be a follow-up to this where they actually talked, right?
So, yeah, maybe every single thing Tommy has ever said is a lie. Maybe some of it is true, but bear in mind that even if Tommy has lied, that isn't like a crime. You can just lie to people. Watch, I am a trained helicopter pilot. See, you can just say things. No one can stop you. However, there are times when lying does become a crime. And Tommy would know this intimately because it cost him $100,000.
In 2009, after putting on a video games live event in Brazil, Tommy returned to America with over $100,000 in cash on his person. When you enter America with more than $10,000, you have to declare it for money laundering and trafficking reasons. Tommy knew he had to do this, but for some reason he didn't. His business associate, who was also his brother, filed a customs declaration on their common behalf, denying they were bringing that much money into the country. Tommy knew this was false. When he was caught at a TSA checkpoint with a bag with $100,000 in it, there were some serious questions. He quickly made up a story to explain himself. He told them he didn't need to declare the money because he had distributed it among his band members during the flight in amounts less than $10,000, and then took the money back once they were through customs, so no one needed to declare anything. Tommy thought he was being clever, but he had just accidentally confessed to the crime of structuring, where you deliberately avoid regulations by pulling stunts like this. Structuring is a federal felony, with huge fines and up to 5 years in prison attached to it. Later, he came clean and told investigators he lied and made up that story, and actually he just took the money over the border himself. So when I call Tommy a liar, that's not just my opinion. There is also a legal document signed by him admitting to it. Looking deeper into United States v. Tallarico, that's its name, Tommy pled guilty, was placed on probation for a year, forfeited the $102,000 seized by customs, and had to pay a $1,000 fine, plus a $25 assessment fee. America. There's a really interesting lesson here. In the game industry, you can just lie about what games you worked on, what sounds you made, and whether you worked on cribs, and the only real repercussion is people finding you unpleasant. But if you try that with the TSA while carrying a large, unexplained bag of money, there can be consequences. There are other ways lying can be a crime too. For example, if you lie to potential investors to get their money.
Oh shit, the karma drive thing.
During one of Tommy's many attempts to find investors for the Amico, he told the exact kind of Tommy-esque tall tales you would expect from him, but in a situation where doing so can get you in serious trouble. In February 2021, he recorded this video for potential investors and lists the team of so-called Avengers working at Intellivision, one of whom was Kara Acker, a former marketing manager at Mattel on Disney Princesses and especially Frozen, which would be a great find for the company, and thinking she was on board might well have helped convince investors to part with their money.
No
If we scroll slightly higher on her LinkedIn though, we can see she actually left Intellivision in 2020. But here's Tommy telling people in 2021, after she was gone, he has her on board, so you should definitely invest.
Our VP of global marketing used to work at Mattel as one of the global brand managers over there, right? And she was in charge of the Disney brand within Mattel, so that's a double bonus there.
Is there a word for lying to people? For money?
Fraud.
If this convinced people to invest, they have grounds to say they were lied to about the status of the company. You can't just pretend people still work for you. On their Republic crowdfunding campaign, which raised $11.5 million.
Holy shit, dude.
The pitch video for these investors featured Acker heavily in Tommy's disgusting Egypt room as VP of Global Marketing. She was front and center as one of the intended draws to investors. She was basically the company's pharaoh. She's also still shown on the list of
Good
team
evening,
members.
William. Love you.
Ah, thank you, sad lady.
Including, ironically, a link to her LinkedIn, which will tell you she's actually gone. This crowdfunding campaign ended in 2021. There was a period of 4 months minimum where people were investing based on a video and information which was not accurate at the time and never corrected. The Intellivision website listed Acker as VP of Global Marketing as late as July 2021, according to the Internet Archive. Did the guy who ran the website quit too? Investors using this website as a source of information would have a hard time confirming who was actually at the company.
Investors don't give you millions of dollars unless you have hard, cold facts.
I certainly hope there's some facts I missed here. People gave this company.
Oh my God, this is actually boiling down into American fraud. I literally at this mark was like, dude, this reminds me of American fraud. And now we're here. And this is just American fraud.
Millions of dollars. Like seriously, I hope for Intellivision's sake, Acker just put the wrong date on her LinkedIn, or there's gonna be some questions. In fact, if you click the invest button on the Intellivision website, it takes you to the same video with Acker still in it.
You know the Avengers, right? Marvel Avengers, you know, they're the super team of superheroes ready to save the world.
Also on Tommy's list of Avengers was Jay Allard, the co-founder of the Xbox and Xbox Live. This would make the company look like it was on the right track and had some really good minds attached to it.
I love how the guy, he lists the guy responsible for Xbox Live on a system where you're not allowed to play on the internet.
Good fit and left the company. In 2020.
Here's another one. How about the guy who co-founded and co-created the Xbox, right?
When Tommy was saying Allard was on the team in this footage, to get people's money, Allard was already gone. He was gone to such an extent he didn't just change his LinkedIn to say he wasn't at the company anymore, he removed it from his page completely. Allard unworked at Intellivision. And after this happened, Tommy was shooting a new video telling people he was in the Amico Avengers.
I mean, this guy doesn't even need to work anymore. But he loves our idea and concept so much that he
holy shit,
making huge.
This is getting fucking nuts. This is ramping.
Contributions.
This particular comment is incredible because on another investment platform, remember Fig? Tommy had previously bragged about Allard's involvement in that investor video too. He was actually at the company when this one was made at least, and Intellivision's share offering documents on Fig also claimed Allard was involved and that he was the global managing director. A while after Allard had left, the SEC noticed Intellivision's Fig was still advertising he was there. Investors were technically being deceived. Also, a major member of staff, like the global managing director, leaving could be causing problems with making the product they were promising to investors, you know? So they asked Fig what was going on. Orally, someone at a government agency physically asked someone at FIG what the hell was happening at Intellivision. FIG asked Intellivision to clarify. Intellivision panicked and said they would change the documents, and product development was unaffected by his leaving because, to quote FIG quoting Intellivision, he has not played a material role in product development considering his contributions.
He joined the team and has been making huge contributions.
This is footage of a CEO right before his company tells a major government agency Allard is gone and hadn't made meaningful contributions, telling people he's on the team and has been making huge contributions to get their money. I'm not a lawyer, I'm just a helicopter pilot, but I don't think it gets worse than this.
You know, this is the kind of thing that's like, really, I mean, talk about a slam dunk.
The people working at the company are the main pitch for the Amico. Invest in me, I don't lose, I have the best team.
I've been a winner in this industry my whole career. I don't lose. And what I've done is packed our team with other people who are winners.
Several of his key team members weren't working there anymore when he recorded this. One of them had even scrubbed it from his LinkedIn. I don't think this is giving potential investors an accurate impression of what they're buying into. This is the exact kind of thing Tommy normally does, but in this context, it's really bad. And this brings us to the real question at the center of all this. The big thing we've been avoiding for the last hour while we circle the drain, but we can't avoid it anymore.
The oof sound.
Did Tommy make the funny baby sound effect?
Oof!
Remember when that was the point of the video? When we look at the sum collective of all of his claims, the Tallarico totality, if you will, and we put it in context with, reality, when Tommy says he created the oof, this might just be me, but I don't believe him. Although at this point, if Tommy confessed to a murder, I would assume he was just trying to be cool. I'm sure if I was a more reasonable person, I could say the evidence is all inconclusive and Tommy could have worked on the sound, maybe, but right now, all I know is Tommy is a huge liar and I hate him, and he made me forget what this video is about.
Day 3, noon.
I promise you, when I started making this video, my goal was to make something short for once. Take a break from my longer projects to make a quick video, quickly, so people knew I was alive. I did not expect, while I was doing research, for a rabbit hole to open beneath my feet and to fall Wile E. Coyote style into an abyss of lies and madness, and seemingly getting one of his Guinness World Records sent to the fucking Shadow Realm. Choose this. This happened to me, and I'm not happy about it. I wanted this to be a story about how, in our modern age, we don't take ownership of artists' work seriously enough, through the lens of a sound effect that had been reused without credit for over a decade. But the people not being credited in this story are the hardworking folks under Tommy who he has taken credit from over the years, and the original voice actor, none of whom will see any of the money Tommy makes from selling their sound today. It is incredibly easy for hard work to be exploited by corporations, and one of those corporations happens to be called Tommy Tallarico Studios Incorporated. But that's really a structural problem, and we already all know capitalism is bad. Statistically, your most formative memories are of a global financial crisis. You don't need that lecture from me. I think the unique lesson of this story is about, well, records in multiple senses of the word. What's really at stake here is history, how these events and people will be remembered. Tommy has cultivated such a reputation that when I asked about the origins of a famous punch sound effect on Twitter, someone independently brought him up and said they assume he must have done it. He seems to have done everything. At least he says he has. The man has successfully inserted himself into conversations about sound effects he didn't even make, while the people who did the work attributed to him evaporate into namelessness. No one knows who Joey Kuras is, and he made the sound effects people think Tommy did. He worked on fucking Fortnite. I've heard his sound effects as they blast my Silver Surfer into dust. It's not right for him and—
God, I wish H-Bomber Guy had talked to that specific dude. That would have been so tight.
People like him to be forgotten. Games have always had problems crediting authors correctly. Early games were seen as products first and creative works second, so credit wasn't taken seriously. Creators used to not be allowed to put their name on the game and had to hide them in Easter eggs. Mark Cerny, ironically another good candidate for first American to work on Sonic, wasn't allowed to keep any of his work or design documents when he was working at Atari, and his games were considered Atari creations, not his. His source code, notes, and documentation were only preserved because someone got them out of a dumpster when Atari closed the office.
Wow.
Out. This problem has especially contributed to the perception of women working in games. Yoko Shimomura, one of the most well-known video game music composers today, a veritable industry icon one might say, composed all but 3 of the tracks on the original arcade version of Street Fighter.
What?
Due to Capcom's crediting policy at the time, she was credited via a pseudonym. For her music's appearance
Don't forget to subscribe!
Okay, what the fuck was that? Where the fuck is the song?
Sonic Boom!
Oh my god. Fine, I'll just call it the Guile theme. Dude, what a fucking bop.
on console releases and updated versions of the game, she was not credited for her compositions at all. All credit was given to the people who translated them to the new formats. Her contributions to game music history are only recognized properly decades afterwards, because her early career was rendered invisible, music she wrote often being credited to someone else. This was widespread at the company. The Capcom sound team throughout the 80s and early 90s was almost entirely women. Just think about that for a second. An extremely influential group of female early game composers, all credited through pseudonyms, or sometimes not at all, and with the ports of music they composed credited to someone else. Maybe one of the reasons game developers music they composed credited
What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? That's Tim Fallen's name. Are you telling me Tim Fallen, the prodigy, his works are someone else's?
My fucking mind.
To someone else. Maybe one of the reasons game development is perceived as a male-dominated industry is because all the women who've always been here keep getting left out of the history they wrote. If you're interested in the topic, I recommend The Street Fighter Lady and Female Credit by Andy Lemon and Hillegonda Rietveld. I've linked them in the description and plagiarized them heavily in this section of the video. But even when people are credited, the recognition can easily be minimized. Joey did some of the music for the Terminator Sega CD game, but as you can imagine, this information has been rendered obscure thanks to a much larger musician making sure his name is remembered first. The official CD release of the soundtrack has Tommy V. Tallarico stamped on the front. Its booklet says composed, produced and performed by Tommy Tallarico, and calls Tommy a veritable video game industry icon, of course. The half a dozen people who collaborated with him and wrote the other half of the songs only appear on the back of the case at the bottom as footnotes with stars corresponding to which songs they actually made, so their names don't get noticed quite as much. Joey's song was so good, Tommy saw fit to put it on another album with his name and face on it, Tommy Tallarico Virgin Games Greatest Hits. Joey's name is even smaller on the back of this one. It's not difficult to see why Joey's contributions to game history are being forgotten. Re-uploads of the full Terminator CD soundtrack onto YouTube just say composed by Tommy. There's a re-upload of specifically Joey's song too. The uploader, who understandably missed the tiny note on the back of the CD case, credits it to Tommy. The top comment is a guy called Joey Kouros, explaining that he actually made it, but also thanking
Wow.
People for their
No! Tommy Tallarico on the screen! Fire. By the way, we never listened to this, but I don't know why it just came into my head. Do you guys remember the songs from fucking Golden Axe? Oh, fuck. Dude, I don't know why that just came into my head, but this game had some absolute... Yes. I'm sorry. That was I'm so sorry.
their kind words. We're at the point the actual composers have to explain they made the song in the comments of re-uploads of their work misattributed to their old boss. This extends back into the regular music industry as a whole, of course, but also into material we covered here.
Moonwalker.
Jackson's long-rumoured, now semi-confirmed work on Sonic 3 isn't all it's cracked up to be either. Like a certain other composer, Michael had people who worked for him. According to Brad Buxer, an American keyboardist and composer who did a lot of work with Jackson, and actually is credited on Sonic 3, Jackson basically made him do most of it. Once you're well enough established, it only gets easier to exploit the talents of people working for you and build up your own status on the back of something you made someone else do. The industry is still constructed in a way that treats individual creators, usually the biggest names on the project, as the true authors, attributing a game's success to them and not the many people who did the work. Things are so bad even the recipients of this praise have called it out. To quote one of the worst articles ever written, there's a tendency among the press.
Well, at least I know nobody in our industry does that. And if you tried to convince me otherwise, I would say, okay, buddy. There's definitely not a hive mind of people creating content for larger creators on Twitch. That's crazy.
Press to attribute the creation of a game to a single person, says Warren Spector, creator of Thief and Deus Ex. The journalistic attitude to credit in gaming used to be so awful, it's not even clear who wrote this. The article is credited to IGN staff. Basically, all success and appreciation pours directly into selected industry figureheads, even when they're actively trying to stop it from happening. And a lot of them aren't, because even if it's a problem that benefits them. You can tell a lot about an industry by how it treats the people who actually do the work. In terms of the scope of time, the average game developer is fucked. The hundreds and sometimes thousands of people who work on games now throw away years of their lives, and so many of them go completely unappreciated. Meanwhile, the most
Chat, I appreciate you guys. I always tell you how much I appreciate you. What do I always say? Dude, when they say a streamer fell off, is it because his content changed? Nah. It's because people stopped watching. You guys make the streamer. Never forget that. You vote with your eyeballs every day. Your attendance is the most valuable thing to streamers, truly. If anybody watches me, it's because you guys watch me.
Asshole-ish men in the industry continue to promote themselves.
Also, I'm a 10K Andy, and my mom is very proud.
It's off the back of the efforts.
Thank you, Angry Bullet. Thank you so much for the 5.
Working for them. Imagine making great sound effects for years and years, only for your boss to tell some guy in a Halloween mask on a live stream with 100 views that...
Lead belly. Dude, you guys are juicing me up like crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He did it. We don't recognize the work and achievements of people who make games. We recognize the people who exploited that work the best. It's so easy for history and credit to get wiped away.
Maybe you should get Joey Krause to do your intro. That would be a wild resolution to this. That'd be great.
In point, we could have never learned that the oof was from Messiah and assumed Roblox made it forever. But it's not even the
I still want to believe Tim Fallon can fuck up a beat, though. I'm not abandoning that just yet.
That's for a cool.
Roblox oof. In my household, we call it the...
Bad breath, thank you.
There are thousands...
I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes?
Glad my failure of a suggestion could contribute to this great content. I'll go hide in my cave now.
No, you did so good. You did so good. You did so good. You're the reason for the stream.
Cool.
You're my Joey.
On Wednesday.
You're my Joey.
Soon if Amazon plays ball.
Love the return. Loved the return to cinema on Wednesday. Maybe some soon if Amazon plays ball. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Of people whose good work on games will never be properly credited, who we might have already forgotten about. Gaming is still a young medium, but already the sands of our history are spilling through our Monster Energy sodden fingers. Entire games are at risk of being forgotten, never mind the human beings who created them. The most valuable contribution Tommy has made to the story is mentioning that the voice actress was the daughter of someone who worked at Shiny Entertainment at the time.
Her father worked at Shiny Entertainment.
The girl whose voice was the oof would be close to 30 now. She might even have heard it and not even known it was her. She might not even remember recording it. The people who know who this was, and the parent who worked on the game, those people aren't going to be around forever. We have a limited time to learn who this was. The thing about history is, it happens, and then it's gone. If we don't work to...
All these memories will fade, like tears in rain.
Preserve it. Eventually it becomes impossible. To quote a famous Nintendo quit screen, everything not saved will be lost. And just to kick how hard it is to remember things accurately, the popularized version of the quote is wrong. It's actually anything not saved. I'm not trying to be a pedant for once. It's kind of poignant how easy it is for things to shift like that. If we don't set a precedent of taking people's work and the accuracy of records of who did what seriously, we leave it to the liars and opportunists of the world to make up that history, to the spin-off of a beer company to tell us who did what. And it honestly, on a spiritual level, fills me with immense grief thinking about the people who made the things I care about dying unrecognized for what they did and being forgotten. Gaming is just old enough that we're losing that first generation. Tommy got the rights to Intellivision because he bought them from the estate of its last president when he passed away. The name, the branding, it's his now. The original Intellivision YouTube channel, with some of the final appearances of its former president, one of the world's first
That dude looks like he fucking rules.
Ever game designers, along with the original Intellivision website with its beautiful Web 1.0 history of the company, are now relegated to obscurity under another name, while Tommy continues to use that name to advertise a product that doesn't even exist. The damage to a history people are at real risk of forgetting, whose main characters are dying. might already have been done. What history will look like 20, 30, 100 years in the future is being decided now. Now is the time to decide if Tommy Tallarico made the oof for Roblox, or if Joey Kuras made it for Messiah. And Tommy has already put his finger on the scale, decided how he wants all this to be remembered. If you buy his new sound pack, the metadata in the Roblox oof has been changed to say Tommy Tallarico. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. That's a quote commonly attributed to Winston Churchill, but he was actually probably paraphrasing George Santayana. That was me being a pedant. Old habits die hard. But here's a corollary I came up with all by myself. Those who let hucksters write the history they're trying to learn from are doomed in some other horrible way. And, for one, I don't think history gets to be written by a guy who wasn't even on Cribs. It wasn't even Cribs!
It wasn't even Cribs. Wow, dude. Gaming racists. I gotta hand it to him. H Bomber Guy and team made one fucking hell of a video. Holy shit, man. Let me link that in chat. Holy fuck, man. Oh, my fucking link isn't working. I don't know why my chat's not working. Hold on. N-Day Man, thank you. Hold on. I want to link it in chat. Shut up. I want to link. All right, boom. There you go. That was an awesome video. God damn, that was fun. What a rabbit hole we went down tonight. Thanks to H Bomber Guy. Absolutely crushed it. And it brought me here to potentially buying this Laura Croft statue, which would be insane. Does anybody else have any good gaming relics like that? Is this the part where I mentioned this sounded a lot like how Elon Musk built his empire? That's, I mean, true. Neff Pog? Is this the... Okay. We gotta... Why do I look so much like Cro-Mag? I look like Cro-Magnum Man there. Haas, you had to have adjusted this a little bit. I literally... This looks like the first man seeing fire for the first time. This looks like a man who just killed the first saber-toothed tiger. What the fuck? My brow is really like this. Holy. That's pretty funny. Will's heart breaks.
An extremely influential group of female early game composers,
Oh,
all
yeah,
credited
wow,
through
that's very
pseudonyms,
cool.
or sometimes not at all, and with the ports of music they composed credited to someone else. Maybe one of the reasons game developers music they composed credited to
What the fuck just happened? What the fuck just...
an extremly influential...
Dude. That could not have been a more specific call out to Will Neff. That could not have been a more Will Neff specific moment. Everyone has left. Wait, everybody at Intellivision has left Tommy. Many of his fans have confessed or have been revealed to have been bought by Tommy through the Patreon donations. Both his offices have shut down. And the last I heard, he's being sued by an interior design company over unmade payments for elaborate office requirements or elaborate office he requested. VG Live is still playing though. Holy shit, man.
On November 15th, 1926, the National Broadcasting Company.
Another 2-hour-long video? I can't. I simply can't. Bro. This goes so hard. By the way, we got to bring this back because you could have literally played this at the motherfucking EDC main stage and it would have gone crazy. I mean, that's some heavy shit. Can I paste a song on here? Nothing offensive. Yeah. Sure, why not? Michael Jackson game, Moonwalker. Am I about to play fucking Moonwalker? Wait, don't delete his message. Oh, God, his message keeps getting deleted. Could one of my mods copy and paste his song so we can listen to it? My chat is not working in my fucking Chatterino app for some reason. I don't have like administrative functions. It just deletes it instantly. His link, okay? Listen, I'm going to be brutally honest. Okay? That's the best thing I can do for you. I'll give you my real feedback. We're going to give it a list.
Lost in the sea of time, I may try another way. Cold and warm, but not so far from anything. How can I see without the sign you give to me? When I'm alone, can I go home again? So
Thank you for those bits. All right. I'm going to give you some feedback. It's got, I don't know if you've ever listened to Animal Collective, but it has a little bit of that in there. I hear a little Animal Collective. I think you definitely have some interesting sound elements. Like I can hear something gripping to it, but I think it's a little bit too cacophony. Sometimes that is like one of the hardest musical effects to achieve. That like Animal Collective or Radiohead cacophony sound. It just kind of sounds like they're throwing a lot of things at once, but really it takes a lot of kind of very careful mixing to make that many sounds at once kind of come together in a sound wall like that. And if it's not done correctly, it can get a little bit of clash. I do think you have some really interesting sound elements there. I think lyrically, not bad. I think you should re-record that vocal though, for sure. Some of it's a little flat, some of it's a little off. You can do what I do because I can't really hit a lot of notes. I just get Caroline to sing a lot of the stuff that I can't sing anytime I need someone to sing something. So, I mean, if you're working in music, you probably have some friends in music. I think there's definitely potential here, but it needs to be retooled a little bit, let it breathe, and re-record the vocal. Giving you 100% honest feedback on that. Now,
I'm a stud.
How do I...
I don't take no shit from anyone.
Yes.
I too, Mr. Will, would like to get your feedback on my EDM music one day. You should do a music competition for the community.
I could do that. That sounds good. Virtual meal, thank you.
That's for
How do I play Michael Jackson's Moonwalker here? Do I click something? Play now. Aha. And come on.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Will love you, brother Prish.
Thank you. Oh, shit, yeah.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
Arby's is not med.
Arby's has 2 really good menu items, and then the rest are bad. Curly fries, Jamocha shake, and a standard roast beef sandwich. Very good.
Moonwalker.
Oh my God. How do I... Oh my... How do I play? Shift? Oh! Oh, daddy. Oh. How? Oh. You gonna get it now, baby. You gonna get that shit now. Swow. I gotta rescue these children. Come here, little girl. Let me rescue you. Michael. Yeah. Oh, not my monkey. Rescue the monkey, Michael. Oh, Mecha Michael. Yeah. Come on now. Thank you for the help, little boy. Ow. They're attacking my Mecha Michael. Shit. Fuck. Dodge, Michael. Dodge. Ooh! Oh! Yeah! Bang bang, da-da-ding-da. Da-da-da-da-ding-da. Da-da-dee-da. Da-da-dee-da. Oh, I'm moonwalking. So wow. There's something in this mailbox. I can feel it. Ow. You shot me. Oh, no. Don't shoot the king of pop. Ow. Oh, God, it's turning into fucking Frogger. Yo, this game is fucking fire, son. The soundtrack is unreal. Come here, little girl. Have you seen my monkey? I need to turn into a robot. I know that doesn't make sense, but one day it will. Ha! Don't worry. Oh, what's this? A new weapon? How do I use my other breakdancing weapon? How do I use it? Ooh. Thank you. Oh, X. Yeah! Dance, motherfucker! Woo! Woo!
I'm a stud. I'm ballsy. I don't take no shit from anyone.
Was feeling self-conscious that my barber cut my stash too short. Server at work confirmed it when they said it was giving her Adolf vibes. Happy Friday.
It was giving what vibes? Yo, that guy was going crazy with his knife work. I'm in trouble. Dance, Michael. Ah! Ooh! Yo, his guy's crazy with the knife work.
I don't take no shit.
This game is crazy hard.
Like folk/bluegrass music, could I turn you onto something good while you play this as a funny contrast?
No, absolutely not. We're not listening to bluegrass while I play the Michael Jackson game. I love you, but that's an abomination. That's like, hey, let's listen to this German music at this bar mitzvah. It just doesn't work. What? That band was actually monsters. Sow! Oh! I got my monkey! Now you are in deep shit! I got a monkey! Makes me robot. Is this a boss? What about this? What about us? What about us? Dance! Oh, shit! That robot didn't see that shit coming at all. Ooh! They shot me! How much can I charge up this laser? Somehow! God damn mother... Well, how about you dance? Oh! Oh! Okay. I'm starting to get the movement patterns. I downloaded this guy, Dark Souls style. Yeah, okay. Fuck. He's fast. Motherfucker. Okay, this bullshit. Okay, this thing is dialed in. I've had enough. children come to dance with me. I gotta kill this guy with a man bun. Ever come around here? I gotta beat this game now, right? Stay away from this child! Shimona! Ah, fuck. Okay, once they start shooting, they do damage fast. Wow! Oh my god! This is one of the fucking wheels from Dark Souls! Shit. Let's see him dance! Oh, he's dancing in the wheel! And they'll beat you and they'll tell you it's... Dude, once they start shooting, they just fucking fry your ass. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Ow! Don't do it. Put the gun down. Oh my god. Mr. Jackson! Dance, motherfuckers! Okay, this is unquestionably the best part of the game. Bro, so many mechs. There's so many mechs in this Michael Jackson game. I need these little children's power to save me. Yes! Ooh! Ah! Okay, what is the weapon on that mech? That weapon is a little suspect. Did you guys see the weapon on that thing? Wait, what is that? Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Who gave that mech a giant dick? It's got a stinger! Ow! Get that knife out of here! Power of dance! Ha! J Dilla, I'm sorry. I'm in the middle of some dancing. Ah! Ee-hee! Oh! Shimona! Oh! I've downloaded their move patterns. Beat it! Oh! Dance, you fucking robots! Oh! I need dance moves! Give me dance moves, little boy! Please! Health! I don't want health! Jesus Christ! Sa! Shimona! Ee-hee! Fuck. Lasers! My least favorite thing! Ow! I have to kill these things? Get those robo-dogs out of here! Ow! Everybody dance! Oh my god, the dog is dancing! Shimona! Get those fucking dogs away from me, man! I'm not playing! Alright, I need Bubbles the monkey right now or else I am fucked. Ooh! Dance! Oh, she gave me more dance moves. I'm gonna moonwalk my way out of here. Shimona! Bubbles, it's you. Let's do it. Thank you, MJ. Oh, dance, you piece of shit. Oh, yeah, you like that. I'm fucking Robo Michael. You took advantage of my kindness, and now I'm gonna shoot you with a fucking laser beam. Shimona! Ow! Ooh! Dang! You got laser beams too? Everybody got laser beams out here. They'll kick you and they'll beat you and they'll tell you. Ooh! Yow! Yow! Shimona! Come on! I'm moonwalking out of here with your children. And that's that. Oh! She! Ooh! Come on now! Oh, fuck! Ooh! Come on, little girl. Oh no, they got... What the fuck is that? Gas? Oh, hell no. Everybody stop dancing! Ah! Shimona! Ooh! I think if I hold a different direction when I dance, he does a different dance. Eee!
Oh, wow.
Ow!
Cool.
Can't wait for the sequel to this game where you save the kids from Michael.
Moonwalker 2, The Escape. Actually, they made the sequel to this game. It's called Little Nightmares. Sheesh! Ow! Oh, this dude's got a... All right, let me test my theory. If I can do a different dance move. If I hold a different direction. It's real! He does different dances! Depending on what direction I'm holding. Ah! Oh, we're in a graveyard thriller era. Check this out, motherfucking zombies. Oh, the hat throw is peak. Fucking zombies. Yeah. That one is crazy. Michael, we gotta dance our way out of a bad situation. There are motherfucking zombies in here. Okay, these zombies are tough. Wonder how many fucking levels are left. Jesus Christ. But can you dance, zombies? Eee! Suck hat, bitch. Holy fuck. Yo, this is definitely just like a quarter pumper right here. This game is so hard. Jesus Christ. Little girl, I'm trying to fucking save you. Ow! Hop off my dick. Oh, you shot me. Well, I got something for that. It's called dance. Ah. Oh, look at Bubbles the the monkey going crazy. Bubbles, let's do this. Did that guy just say I love you, Michael? Okay, there's some very phallic energy in this game. Is he saying move? Pump it? But can you dance, motherfucker? What are you gonna do without your penis, robot, Mr. Man? The evil fortress? This has to be the end, right? Ooh. Michael. Yes, it's me, Michael Jackson. Moonwalking to your rescue, motherfucker. Ow! Let's see how you dance, bitch. Oh shit, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, that's another dick robot. Let's see how you dance, dickbot. Oh shit. Whoa, dickbot. These motherfuckers just try and line up. It's so hard to kill them. Cha! Cha! That motherfucker. Yo, there are zombies and robots, and this man is just running around with a rock above his head. Like it's something to do. Guys just have rocks. Motherfucker, ow! Eehee. I gotta beat this game. I got 3 dances? Alright.
Oh yeah, wow, that's very cool.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Dickbot.
Oh no, Dickbot, now you're a member? Well, let's see how you dance, mother sucker. Yeah. Dance again, Dickbot. Oh yeah, pump that thing. Ooh. Oh my God! Dance, Knife Man! Did you see how hot they came in with those knives? Jesus Christ. Beam. Beam. Wow. Wow. Spider-Bot, not you. You were my best friend, Spider-Bot. Oh! Maybe you remember how much we love each other with the power of chaos. Fisto Roboto. Bubbles the monkey. Why does Bubbles the monkey make him turn into a fucking robot? The world will never know. Pow! No, not you, Dickbot. Ow! Not Micro Dickbot! Dance! Now you can't hurt anyone ever again, Dickbot. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. It's the spider from Wild Wild West. Come over to the Wild Wild West. Yo, this boss is actually fucking crazy. Dude, literal fucking Dark Souls boss. But is he immune to dance? He is! He doesn't fucking dance! Okay, this thing, if you're on the wrong... He just pumps. Suck my damage, bitch! I mean, this has to be the last boss, right? Jesus Christ. Bro, if I had a joystick, this might be easier, but this is fucking hard. Dance! Yes! Wait, he didn't flash red slightly faster? It's a video game first. Oh my god. Michael turned into an airplane and killed that man. I see one more like a beauty queen. I'm a moonstein. Mr. Big Evil Plot had been foiled with the destruction of his evil doomsday weapon with the laser fucking cannon. But what about Michael? All that is known is his last scene flying away from the crumbling enemy stronghold towards the distant horizon. And the children he saved, well, they're smiling because deep down in their hearts, they know that Michael will return one day with them to take them on a magical adventure! No! Bro, Michael definitely oversaw the copy on that one. Game concept and design by Michael Jackson. Not age well? Well, when you rape a bunch of kids, not many things do. Oh, shit. Yes! Fuck you, Michael Jackson. I'm number one. Holy shit. Fuck, man. Dude, what is the old Prida song that sounds like a Golden Axe song? The End? This is not what I was thinking about. There's like an old Prida song that literally sounds like a fucking Golden Axe track. No, it's not this. Ooh. I think yep, got it. All right. You know what stream I really want to do that I might do next week? I would love to do a Will spends X amount of money on something really dumb. Where I set up like an amount of money like $3,000 or $4,000 and chat all get to make suggestions on something like a original Laura Croft statue. And at the end, I have to buy it. Look at the last photo. Sold. You know what I mean, though? Do you guys think that would be a fire stream? I think that would be a good stream for my editor, too, to make something with. Like a 3K Will has to buy one fucking crazy thing. Okay. Tentatively, we're going to do that stream next Friday. And I'll do a sponsor to lead into it. Haas on Twitch and No Rain, could you guys start taking suggestions? And then we'll have a bracket of ones you guys like and we'll reveal them and then we'll do a vote. And then we'll have some honorable mentions that I can maybe put in the last slot of like a 16 item bracket. And we'll do a whole stream and a video of it. And I'll do a sponsor before then to pay for it. I'm in LA all next week. Oh, hell yeah, baby. Oh, hell yeah. All right, we'll start working on that tomorrow. My girlfriend's tired. I'm going to go give her love. I did a 5-hour stream on a Friday. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. I'm a good boy. I did streamy weemies. I did streamy weenies. Now, dude, now I'm just doing my best Seer impression. That's literally just me doing Seer. Did this good boy do streamy weenies? All right, I got you. This young man has been a huge supporter of my shit for forever. And we're going to rate him. And I forgot my chat is just not connected for some reason. So let me try that again. Hold on. We're going to try that again, but with feeling this time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, guys. I had a really fun time tonight. I came in low energy. I ended up doing 5 hours of like really good content. So thank you. I beat Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. Thanks for joining me tonight, guys. I'm sending you over to the Veil. I'll be back tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat place. Stay dangerous, everyone. We will do that. Will Neff has to buy something really weird for his stream next week. It'll be a bracket. We'll all vote. Start looking up some weird, crazy things. Take care, everybody.